Okay. So last stream I had a bunch of like, I think the microphone was peaking, which it's not supposed to. It's not showing up as if it's peaking on my hardware. Does it sound like it's peaking or is it fine? Peaking slash clipping, I suppose. Sounds good, sounds fine. Okay. Uh, maybe a little low. I might have overcompensated by turning it down a little bit too much. Okay, it should be slightly louder now. Is this still fine or is it clipping now? It's flashing green on my audio cards. I presume it's not clipping. This should be fine. But I guess if I start screaming, it might clip. But I usually don't scream on stream, so. Okay. Sounds good, but a bit low. Okay, the thing is, like, last time I turned it up so that the volume looked fine in terms of levels, but then it was clipping in the VOD afterwards, which was really confusing because I didn't notice it clipping, like, in OBS. And so I'm like, is the clipping somewhere else in the pipeline? I don't know. Oh, this is actually maxed out now. Yeah, this is supposed to be the maximum. I guess maybe it's a little bit louder here. I don't know. Okay. Well, I think it's good enough. I feel like you're gonna have to adjust your other music. About the same volume as the ads? Oh, that's unexpected. I thought it would be much lower. Ads are usually super loud. But maybe they just adapt to whatever the average level is on stream. I don't know. Okay. Well, I guess we're done with sound check. Let me just arrange all of my windows. I'll switch the scene soon. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try to be more productive this stream. I feel like I answered too many questions last stream, so I was just like yapping the whole time. I got like nothing done. Like some minor grid hotkey stuff. I got that done, but where's my... Oh, there it is. Okay, open. Okay. Okay, I believe I am ready. I think so. Oh, now the microphone is in frame. That's fine. That's fine, I suppose. Okay, and today we're gonna reinvent the wheel again. It's just a I'm gonna implement one of those like basic things that you sort of expect most applications to have, which is just a like a panel docking system where you know you have panels and you want to be able to dock them wherever you want. Which I guess not all applications do that, but Unity has that. Photoshop has that. It's a very common thing. And I started working on that for Half Inch. And specifically the like the resize boundaries where you're just like, yeah, when there's a boundary between two windows, you want to be able to resize them or like drag that boundary. And it's a relatively non-trivial thing to do. Or maybe I'm just dumb and there's like a really easy way to do this. But I've just been through like 2 different iterations now, and now I want to refactor it once again because both of my previous solutions were kind of hacky and not super great. But yeah, that's what I want to try to achieve today. Last stream, I was not very successful at getting things done, so we'll see how things go today. And yes, I'm using UI Toolkit. There we go, that works. Cool. Building a window manager? Sure. It's not going to be like detachable windows. Right now, it's just docking, pretty much. So not like I'm not even planning on doing tabs right now. So it's just going to be docking and resizing. I think that's it for now. And so previously I had this like I had this like weird separation. I don't know if I actually still have it. Oh, I do. I was trying to think like, oh, should I have, like, say this is the application window, and then I was like, okay, I mean, maybe I need to have some kind of like horizontal dock, and then all of the things inside of it are arranged horizontally. And then these have a vertical dock in green, so these would be stacked vertically. And then docks can hold either windows or panels, or they can hold docks. But I didn't really like that type of split because I was kind of like type checking in real time and it felt, or like a runtime, and it felt kind of weird, and I feel like I shouldn't do that. I feel like I should do something like this instead, where you don't, like, docks can only contain either multiple docks or just one panel, something like that. I think it's going to be a little bit more tricky to make sure that the like margins are like padding is added on the correct sides, but I think I might be able to just like shove those into the panels themselves in red. Maybe it's not that different from this system, but I think having the like requiring a dock wrapped around every panel, I think it's going to be really useful, because then all of the docking logic can just live in the dock. I don't need to have any like special cases for panels. Panels can just be like dumb panels that just fit whatever container they have, right? So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. And so yeah, right now I just want to refactor to go from my old system to this system, which I think will be better, I believe. But who knows? Maybe it's worse. Maybe I'll run into new issues. But we'll see. Oh, and then the next thing I want to solve is the resizing these panels. And so that is a little bit tricky as well, because some of these panels have different behavior than the others. I think. Or no, they might not actually have that anymore if I use this new design, which is going to make this a lot easier, actually. Yeah, that might actually not be a problem in this one. But it's still, there's still some trickiness involved in like, so let's say you have some kind of layout, and then you have a vertically arranged panels, and let's say you have your viewport here. And you then have something like this, right? So if you grab this separator and then move it to the right, there's going to be like, this whole panel probably has a minimum size that's dictated by the types of panels inside. So there's a minimum size here that's probably going to be like, I don't know, depends on the panel, but there's going to be a minimum size. So if you start dragging this, and then as soon as you hit the minimum size, you want this one to start moving. So it kind of like propagates your resize move, right? Yeah, so there's gonna have to be some kind of propagation. So like if you overshoot to here, then you want the next one to propagate to here. There's a bit of a strange like I don't know, I guess I could work on fixing that, but this does have that kind of annoying thing of like hysteresis, or however you pronounce it, where like it's not fully like the output does not just depend on the state of your input. It also depends on the history. So like if you resize this one over to this white line and then you drag it back to the original position, this one is still going to be here. It's not going to go back to here, which I usually don't like it when apps do that, but it's also kind of it's kind of annoying to fix, I think. So maybe I'll just ignore that for now. It's such a minor thing. I don't even know if most people care. So I'll probably ignore that for now. Even the cascading thing, like not every app does that either. There was something else that I'm not sure if it's a thing. Let me think. I had this thing where like, I had this thing previously in my system where the viewport had a special flag that said prioritize expanding the viewport. But I'm not sure if I'm going to need that now. I don't think so. I think all of this is, I guess it kind of depends on, I guess it sort of depends on if I want to use if I want to explicitly set the size of all the panels manually, or if I want to use, or if I want to use the Flexbox thing in Unity, because there is a Flexbox implementation. But I think that might actually make things harder than it should be. I think that's why I had the exception for this one. Yeah, because so what I did was basically, I basically set flex grow on the viewport. So if the viewport has grow and the other ones use an explicit size, then this viewport is going to automatically expand, which is good. And if I grab this handle right here and shrink that panel, this panel is going to grow automatically. So I can just shrink it here, and then the viewport goes all the way out here. So that's all fine and good. But weird things started to happen when I wanted to grab this handle on the other side. I forget exactly what, if it's actually a problem. I wonder if the problem was that I was trying to modify the size of this one. But yeah, basically um, yeah, things just get weird. I think it was something around like targeting which window to change the size of based on mouse delta. And if it's on the right-hand side of the viewport, I had to negate the mouse delta because I'm actually shrinking the window. I'm not growing it. So like, Salad? Oh, hold on. Salad is coughing. Hey. Hey, buddy. Hey. This thing? Hey. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Salad was coughing. I don't know why he does that. But he will cough like once a month or something. It's a really bizarre thing. Because if it was more frequent than that, then that could be like a sign of asthma or something. But it doesn't happen very often, so I'm confused. I'm not sure why he does that. It was not a furball. No, he was just coughing. Um, can you make enforcing minimum size optional? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I guess I'll probably set the minimum to something reasonable, but I could also make like a multi-tiered system where like I have a soft minimum and then I have a hard minimum, where during cascading it does the soft minima first on all of the windows. And if you run out of all of those, then it starts going into the hard minimum. And the hard minimum could maybe be much smaller. Maybe. But yeah, I think like having this be based off of Flexbox, I think is just gonna make it harder than it needs to be. I think it's actually easier to just do this manually. And so then anytime you resize a window, I just propagate that resize change down the tree. And then I think I got it basically. Yeah, and so then with that approach, then dragging this one, yeah, it's basically going to be a let's see, a propagating request to shrink in this direction, and then however much it lets you shrink, the net shrinking, that's how much it should grow this panel in terms of width. Which seems easy enough. That's just a symmetrical thing. Yeah, okay. So then I don't have to deal with whether or not if it's on the right or to the left of the viewport or whatever. Like none of those exceptions happen. But then instead, I have to make sure that I always fill out the grid when you resize the window. Because then, you know, if you resize the window out here, then this space should be filled. That's actually where the logic comes in for the expanding window. Yeah, okay. So that's when, if you resize the window here, it should not expand this panel, because that would be annoying, because the primary thing you have is the viewport. So the viewport should get priority. Yeah, okay, so I still need a priority system. So all of these would move together. And then it would go there. Because if you resize the window, you would want the viewport to get bigger. I don't think you would want... Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's still, I guess it's... Then I'm kind of back to manually doing flexbox, I suppose. But maybe that's fine. I feel like a handle should only ever affect the two docks it's between. I'm pretty sure I'd get annoyed with the cascade. I don't know. I mean, it's also annoying if it never cascades, because then you can only, like, if you want to make your viewport bigger, but you're already full screen, and you have 3 stacked panels next to each other, you have to, like, manually drag every single one, instead of just dragging one, which also doesn't seem very nice. Okay. I'm making this in Unity, and I'm using the UI toolkit stuff for UI. Oh, actually, I guess I can just test Unity. Unity does not, or no, it does cascade. Yeah, Unity has that exact behavior. Yeah, okay. Well, reinventing the wheel, here we go. UI toolkit is very similar to CSS, so it's kind of web dev-ish. Okay, so then the question is, how do I do resize handles? It would be nice if the resize handles didn't have to be their own elements. Because it would be nice to not have to... it'd be nice to not have to deal with like adding and removing elements when you dock another panel. Previously, the resize handles like lived in the panels themselves, which is not super ideal. But if I'm managing the... If I'm managing like all of the panel positioning, I guess I could just also manage the resize handles. That's actually not too bad, I think. So any dock would have its own set of resize elements, and they would not be children of the panels. They would just hover in it, I suppose. Okay, I think that'll work. Okay, we got a plan. So let's open up the UI. I'm probably gonna break this whole layout now. I'm not entirely sure if Unity is going to appreciate me refactoring these elements. So now we have the, let's see, that's a panel dock, and this is a dockable panel. So I think I'm gonna make the panel dock the primary dock type, and we're gonna basically remove dockable panel. So I don't think that should exist as a concept. So those were the two like separate things I had before, which was really annoying to manage and unnecessary, and I shouldn't do that. So that's why I want to unify the docks into the same thing. I wonder if I should make should I make panel docks for these? Probably, yeah. If I'm removing dockable panel, this one is going to be incredibly sad. So, okay. Okay. Let's add some panel docks. So if I plop that in there, I guess move that one in there. And then I can delete that one. Okay, okay. There we go. Okay, so panel dock, panel dock. This layout is looking awful. Right, because I think the panels held the minimum size and whatnot. Okay, so I'm probably gonna have to move that. Okay, so let's see. The one on the right has 2 children. We're gonna add some panels there. Wait, what's this visual element? Where'd this come from? Oh, okay. I can delete it and everything's fine. Cool. Okay. I assume that the min width of a dock will be the max of its panel's min width. A sum of the min widths of the panels, yeah. If it's horizontally arranged. If it's vertically arranged in that dock, then it would be the max of the min width of that one, yeah. Although I guess they should never really be horizontally arranged. If you're resizing horizontally, or will they? I'm not sure. That's too much brain for me right now. Okay. So I think we have prepared for the refactor. So I don't think this is going to explode now. So we have just the panel docks, and we don't have any. Don't have any of the other type. I already forgot what it was called. Dockable panel. Okay. Let's refactor this then. UI inception? Yes, it is. It gets a little bit confusing at times. Why are you not on Twitch? Because I wanted to try YouTube for a bit. See if it vibes. Toast? Hey, don't kick my lights. No. Okay, so dockable panel. This is the whole thing that I want to remove. Or rather, I want to merge this into the panel dock. Oh boy. Okay. What about non-copyright Zelda ambient music? Feel free to put them on if you like, but I don't want to risk things. YouTube is scary when it comes to music. I don't know. Okay, so dockable panel. I guess I had a resizable region as a concept. So this can also be merged into panel dock. That was the shared type. Okay. Valid. Okay. So I suppose then we'll just start merging these. Okay, dockable panel. All panels. What is this? Where was this used? Is this for resize stuff? Okay, yeah, so that I don't think I have to do that anymore. That was just like because I had a weird system where I had to like collect and query the dockables, but I don't have to do that anymore. Because now I can just grab the children, which is a lot easier. So I don't really need that anymore. Or I guess maybe I'll just leave it. Okay, so let's see. This is when I'm updating the dragging. Okay, so a lot of this is going to have to change. Right, the panel had the title. I guess I could still have that in the panel doc. I think that's fine. And then I just toggle it if it's a group of multiple. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way I should do it. Yeah, I was trying to think of like if you have a panel, usually there's some kind of title at the top. And that is also usually like a tab thing. So there's a title here, and then there's the contents of the panel here. But this is usually the part that you drag. If you want to drag the panel somewhere else, like dock it somewhere else. And so this part up here should still be part of the docking logic and not part of the actual panel. So the panel contents should be entirely separate the way that I want to do this. And that would also, I guess that would also prepare it for having multiple tabs down the line. If you want to dock your panels that way. Why are you using such an old version of Writer? Am I? Is it an old version? Is it? I don't know. I thought I was updating. Maybe I'm not. Is this old? Maybe it is. Just a classic UI. Oh, okay. Okay, so it is fine to have the title stuff in there. Okay, so we got the title here, and then we got the content holder, which is fine. Yeah, I want all of those. Probably want the callbacks as well. These are gonna change, I believe. So those we don't really need. Yeah. And this one checks the parent for positioning the children, but now we just do that on itself, I believe. Or no, actually, it's still the parent. And the parent is always a doc now, so it's just that, I believe. Or was it a loop? No, yeah, okay. Okay. All right. So this is the drag and drop stuff for the label. And the resize handles, I'm not sure how we're gonna do those, but we'll see. Okay, drag update. I think a lot of this, or no, wait, the target panel stuff is probably gonna be about the same. Right, this is not the resize handles, this is the docking stuff. Okay. Right, that's the visual preview. Okay. Okay. All panels. Oh yeah, it was static. That's why I had that here. Okay. So this should be all docs, rather. All socks. Wait, why is this... It should be static, right? Or... Was this not static? Where did I populate this then? Okay. Whatever. It's a little bit weird, but whatever. Right. Actually, yeah. I had issues with it this last time because if I make it static, then I need to manage the lifetime very carefully because it's possible, yeah, because Unity runs the UI code here in editor, in the UI builder, and in the game view when I run the game. And so if it's static, I risk having like two sets of UI, which is obviously not good. And I had issues with that before. But this also doesn't feel like the way to do it. I should just query it at some point and just cache it somewhere. Okay, it's just a to-do. Okay. Got the title string, that's fine. Got the attributes here. Yep. Okay, yeah, I think pretty much all of this should still be, should just be moved. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. That was from the panel stuff. Content holder. Do we have that somewhere there? Content container? Why do I even have this? Oh, because it was part of the resizable region. I probably branched here. Or did I not? No, what? Okay. Well, that makes no sense. I'll just delete that then. Okay, so we got the minimum size. Actually, yeah, I guess these two should actually be in the panel. Because this is a property of the panel itself, not the dock. Unless there's like you associate a dock with a panel when you create it. But no, these are properties of the contents of the panel, actually. Not the containers. Because you could imagine detaching the panel to make it a window, then I guess it would still be in a dock, even if it's in a window, because you might want to have a window that you then dock multiple things in. But I feel like these should live in a panel script and not in a dock script. Because the way that I see docs right now is that docs should be, you should be able to throw them away and then reattach a panel, and then the data for minimum width and if it should prefer expanding should remain for that panel. That data shouldn't get discarded. So this should actually live in a per panel basis. So I might actually make a bit of an exception and keep dockable panel around. I think I actually want to do that. It's just not going to be something that lives side by side. It's just going to be a child every time. Yeah. And so then I suppose the title string should also be there. Um, okay, so then I guess the way this should work then, if you have multiple oh, there's a top chat and a live chat? I actually forgot about that completely. I'm not sure which one I should be on. If I do live chat, is that where I'm gonna get a bunch of assholes? Because generally my chat has been nice. Apart from a few people trying to talk about AI all the time. Okay. So this panel should show the title. But if you want to dock another panel here, I guess it should just shrink this one. It should just take this one and shrink it to here. Like so. And then create another one here. And then another one, or that I guess move the one that the previous panel had. So then in this case, there is a title thing for this panel, but not for the whole thing. So like this outer one should not have a title, I believe. Is that how this should work? I think so. Now I'm starting to feel like maybe they should be separate still, but that was also really annoying. Maybe my previous design was fine, but no, I think this is better. I think it does feel weird that I have like a doc that doesn't show titles, but I think that's fine. I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll see if we run into issues, I suppose. Have we replaced Blender yet? Not yet. I'm working on it. Although I have no plans of removing Blender. I'm just adding to the pool of available things. Okay. Let's see. Title label. So I guess the panel doc should have Can you see a scenario where a panel might have a different style title? It's possible, but I think those would mostly be if... I think that's possible, but I think that condition would still be based off of the state of the panels rather than weird exceptions. And in that case, that's where it should handle that exception. The thing I'm thinking of is like, oh, maybe I want to like left align the titles if it's to the right of the viewport and right align the titles if it's to the left of the viewport. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't think that's going to be a problem. It's also good for consistency if like all panels have the same behavior. Well, behavior and look and thus expectations are aligned. Okay, so the title label should... I guess that is kind of on a per panel basis, but But then how do I do multiple tabs? Although I think tabs right now... I don't think I need to care about tabs right now. That feels like a low priority thing. Docking and resizing is way more important than tabs, I think. Yeah, I might just ignore tabs right now because I was thinking of like, if I have, yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, I still think I can have one title per panel. I suppose the way that I could make it work is like, technically, this panel in blue, or I guess I'll change color to make it a little bit more clear. This panel, I guess it actually contains 2 panels inside of it. So this one is actually 2 things. So it's 1 panel, and then the other panel with the tab is in a different place, I suppose. It just so happens that it's in tabbed mode. And so there is a title element associated with both of these. And this one is showing in the usual spot. And this one is showing over there, but it's not showing the rest of the panel because it's tabbed. Something like that. And then the purple panel itself is in like flagged as a tabbed view. I think. Yeah. Okay, so the title label should live in the panel doc. Because there is a doc associated with each panel. Yeah. But then I'm sort of back to the same design that I had before, but now the oh god, yeah, because now I'm sort of back to square one. Now I'm sort of back to 2 different types. There's going to be the panel doc that only holds a single piece of content. And then there's the panel doc that holds multiple. And so it kind of is 2 separate types once again. Maybe this refactor was not necessary at all. Maybe it was fine as it was. The title bits should totally be part of the doc logic hierarchy. Panels should be the red bit. Yes. Yeah, I feel like it should work that way too. Yeah, because the way that I'm envisioning this is that like these 2 are panel docs. That like each of these have their own panel inside of it, right? Sort of like this. So this green one and the blue one, they are both docs. But the thing that's weird about these 2 is that they're always associated with 1 panel. So it's like it is kind of an exceptional state, but so docs can either be in multi-mode, or they can be in tabbed mode, or they can be in single mode. But the single ones are always in single mode, and the multi-modes are either in multi-mode or they don't even exist because you detached a panel and they disappear. Right? Maybe there's no perfect design. Maybe it's gonna be imperfect no matter what I do. Yeah, maybe I'll just revert and then I can just fix my resize logic because that was the part that was tripping me over. Does this actually make docking logic easier? The thing is that they share so much functionality. Does the dock that is the direct parent of the panel need to be a distinct thing? I guess it depends on what we mean by distinct. As in, does it have to exist at all, or should it be a separate type? Is that what you're asking, or? Should it exist at all? Yes, because I need to manage resize handles one way or another, right? And I need to store the information about whether it's stacked vertically or horizontally, right? So this one contains the information that it should be vertical, and it's got the children as well. And then obviously you might have another panel next to this one, or whatever that's going to be, right? I don't know. And so then you need to have some kind of wrapper that can manage the resize handles for all the different directions. And I believe that should live in those wrapping docks. I think it's going to be really weird if they're all like super separate. Okay. So maybe the way that I did this wasn't too bad. The way that I started out. Okay. Yeah, I'm considering reverting because it actually was pretty good the way it was. I think I can fix the problems that I used to have. So the things I need to fix with those is the way I did the separators was awful. But then yeah, nesting and stuff that is already there. What's this ground tab? Well, what does that mean? Okay, right now it's probably just completely broken. Yeah, because I just broke all the code. That makes sense. Oh, I can't decide if I should revert. I feel like it was kind of working. But I wasn't happy with the code. The code made me unhappy. Hmm. 。 put a pin in it? Maybe, yeah. Okay. Hold on. I don't actually know what my commit state looks like right now. Okay, this I think I want to keep regardless. So that what's this? That's illegal. I want to keep these. Okay. Stashing, how does this work? I almost never do stashes. Stash 3 files. That looks like the files. Weird panel, docking refactor stash. Okay. Okay. Are we back to my previous situation? Okay. Yep, I believe so. See, for those of you who just joined, the problem is not getting it up and running. I'm just trying to refactor it because I don't like the way that I set it up right now. Because it's kind of full of weird hacks, and I don't have like cascading panels right now. And also the docking is a little bit broken, probably partially because of the way that I set things up. Like I can sort of dock things like this, but then the logic for the separators is broken, and then also this panel should expand to fill its contents. And I just haven't propagated that, I guess, dirty flag or refresh action. But this was weirdly difficult to get right, and I feel like that's kind of a code smell, that the way that I set this up was incorrect. And so, yeah. Okay. Try not to talk about it being a solved problem in Godot. Godot was kind of my inspiration for implementing this because Godot didn't have this implemented in their editor, which was really frustrating the first time I used it. Maybe they've added it now, but why not use a GUI library that does all this work for you? Because, okay, so which one would I use? Maybe there is one that does this in, like, in Unity's UI toolkit, but I'm not sure if that exists. Maybe there is one. And even if there is one, I kind of want to do this myself, so... Okay, well, we're back to square one. Okay, so the way this works is a little bit different. So I guess I should just visualize this hierarchy-wise, and also just so I remember. So we have dockable panel and then panel dock. Okay, so the way that it works now is that So now I believe the blue one here is a dock, and then the red ones are panels, like this. And then if you stack multiple on top of each other, you get a thing like this. There we go. Okay, so blue one is the, what did I call it? Panel dock. And then the dockable panel is the red one. And these both inherit from resizable region. So yeah, there we go. This is the structure. Does this make sense? Is this the way that I should do this? I think so. Maybe. Yeah. Because both, yeah, because the resizable region has stuff like getting the minimum width. And getting the minimum width of a panel gives you the minimum of that specific panel. But if you get the minimum width of a panel dock, you want the largest of the minimum widths of its children, right? So it would pick this one in this case. So a resizable region just kind of has that shared layer on top. So this was the way that I set it up now. What I don't like about the way that I set this up is because resize handles are garbage the way that I did this. So I think it's horrible. The way that I did resize handles is handles live in the dockable panel, and there's a resize handle here and a resize handle here. And then they toggle them on and off based on where it sits in the hierarchy. Kind of like this. I don't like this at all. This got weird and annoying. The one thing I liked about it is that I don't have to manage separators as like child objects that interfere with panels. Because that's kind of annoying if I'm like, if I have a separator as a separate object, then I have to like iterate, like if I want to iterate the children of this panel dock, I have to either filter the children or just like skip to every other, and that feels kind of gross. I don't like that. But this is also gross of just toggling these on and off. That's also not good. I don't like that. But I'm thinking maybe instead of doing all that, because that's kind of nonsense. I don't like that. What if I just put that logic in the panel docs, where I suppose they would be children still. I'm thinking the panel doc can like manage its own elements and just place them on top, basically. But then they would still have to be children. I guess they don't. I guess they could be actual children instead of content container children. So like the red ones would be content container children, and these would be element hierarchy children. I think that's the way it should work. Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's one thing I want to change. Okay, so separators should be managed by this. And they should be actual children. God damn it. Did you get a response from the uniform cozy blanket dev for Godot? I haven't checked yet because I'm actually streaming right now, so I feel like I shouldn't be reading Discord. Okay. For a moment, I was considering like maybe I shouldn't have elements at all for the separators and just do like check cursor position, and if it's here, allow resize when clicking. But I do want to have something visual there. I do want to show like a bright line when you click and start dragging, right? So I do want something visual there. So then I might as well actually have an element there. Why are you making a modeling app in Unity? That's in the FAQ. There's a lot of questions that people are asking that's answered by the FAQ in the description, and so you are welcome to read that. You'll need the separator things before the first child and after the last to handle dock splitting. What do you mean? Why? Because there is a like here's okay. So for the panel dock, the way that I imagine that this would be structured, like this layout right here, there would be a dock, and then the dock itself has children, right? And it has a content container. Then that content container has 2 panels in it, right? So panel, and then another dock. But then the dock itself also has children for the separators. So this is how I imagine the hierarchy. So this is the content container. Separators are not involved in here. So I'm not gonna like interject them here. So I'm gonna place these manually. Like whenever I resize anything, I just set the position of these. And then that should be fine, I think. You can have the visual thing be rendered by the panel dock without the separators being elements. Well, how would I do that rendering without elements? Should I make a game engine in Unity? I think making a game engine in Unity is actually against TOS. So if you do that, you might actually get in trouble. No, damn it! I just wanted to clean it up a little bit. Okay, I think this should work. This is not how it works right now. So resizable region. Yeah, this is the one that has those handles. But those should be in the panel dock, I believe. I shouldn't call them panel resize handles. These are separators. Panel separator handle. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna move these two. The panel dock. Right, let's see, where do I initialize those? Maybe in here, I think? Possibly? Possibly. And then this is going to be another refactor that I have to revert because maybe I'm making another mistake now. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, so this one is adding the container. Right, that makes sense. Okay, okay. So here we're adding the separators, although this, I don't really have a separate vertical and horizontal separator. I feel like I should just have the concept of a separator, and then I toggle, I need to configure the amount of them. Does a separator also serve as the means to inject a new dock when you drag a panel over it? No. The separators are unrelated to that. Can you show what it looks like right now? That depends. It might try to compile. No, okay. It's not very exciting. Like, this is just what it looks like right now. It's just working on resize handles. And yeah, if that's what you wanted to see. The more interesting stuff is like the 3D modeling shenanigans, which is now broken because there's some state I can enter, which I'm not sure why it happens, but I believe if I toggle the camera on and off, this only happens in editor too. And I believe now it should work. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's a 3D modeling tool. I do have a Discord for this project. It is linked on the website, which is in the title, I think, or in the description. But yeah, so this is Half Edge. It's very broken right now because I've gone through like a gazillion refactors over and over again. And so right now I can't really show a lot of features that I have, but some of them will work. Like maybe the fill hole button works. So there you go, we filled that hole. But most things are kind of broken because I broke everything. I wish I didn't break everything. But that's life sometimes. I did ping the Discord, yes. Okay, so if we have a dock, I need a function that updates all of the separators. I think I should just put that in one place. That's like refresh separators. And then that does everything, yeah, everything when it comes to creating them, disabling them, setting the vertical versus horizontal, all of that stuff. Yeah. Oh, actually, the separator handle should just read from the from this to determine whether it's horizontal or vertical. So it shouldn't even have that. So this is vertical, should not be a serialized property. Or rather, it should be a property, not a variable. So, and I guess so panel separators are always in they're always in docs, right? Am I ever gonna have separators that are not in docs? No, I don't think so. Yeah, yeah. And so these should always have a dock, I believe. Panel dock. And so whether or not it's vertical is just if the docking direction is arranged in a row, then this separator should be vertical. Okay. Happy Valentine's. Thanks. Okay, so the dock. Wait, do I assign to the dock? I have to, right? Oh, here. Okay. Panel dock. Here we go. And then... Right, this system was garbage. I had this thing of like... This was because I was using the Flexbox style stuff, where a separator would have a target element to resize, but depending on where you drag it, it's going to pick a different element to resize based off of that, because some of the panels wanted to expand. And so if you're on the right of that panel, I shouldn't try to resize the expanding panel. I should resize the thing to the right of that. But then I need to reverse the behavior of moving mouse to the right should shrink, not grow. And so all of that logic was really stupid. I don't like this. I don't like this logic at all. I just want to set the size of all the panels manually. I feel like that just makes everything so much easier. The only thing I'm going to have to do is just propagate the changes properly so it updates whenever you resize the window or the parent container changes size or whatever. But I think that's so much easier. I think the Flexbox is actually making things harder for me, so I'll just not use that. The way you're going about it now is that you have them in the panel dock instead of the dockable panels. So why would you disable them? I would disable them if I detach a panel from the dock, and now there's one less separator. And so I could just disable that separator, and then when I need it again, I just re-enable it. I could delete it and then reinstantiate it, but that's probably going to be more expensive. So that's why I want to be able to enable and disable the separators. Okay, so all of this stuff around resize target, that shouldn't really exist anymore. Now it should rather be, I guess I should have a separator index, maybe? And then from the index, I figure out which panels are the neighboring panels. I think that's how I do it. I could have references to the panels, like left panel, right panel, or whatever, but I don't think I need to do that. What happens if you resize the whole application? The way that I imagine resizing the whole application is that it's gonna basically send a signal to the outermost panel that says, hey, you need to become this and that size. And then it'll just message down the tree, up the tree? I don't know. the tree of all the panels. It'll just let everyone know we're going to change size, and then everything adjusts accordingly. Is what I'm thinking. Okay. Weird sounds outside. Okay. So all of this stuff with initial sibling sizes, hopefully I don't have to care about all of that. Yeah, I'm just going to comment that out. Hopefully we can just ignore that and write something more sensible rather than this. I am going to need the start cursor position, so that's useful. Resize target stuff. We don't need that anymore. That's going to feel so nice to delete all of this. I'm hoping we're not going to have to add a bunch, but... Okay, okay. Cool. So now this basically does nothing. Great. Okay, so this is the pointer move event. So we get the mouse delta. Okay. So here's where we're going to have the whole propagation thing. Am I going to have a maximum size for windows? I don't think so. I think they can always grow, but they can never... They can never hit a maximum size. Maximum size is only like a downstream from the neighbors, but that's not really a property of the panels. The panels themselves can be any size. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I don't need to do the reversal stuff here. I don't need the region info. Wait, is the FAQ not linked in the on the website? I'm pretty sure it is, right? Oh, it's actually not. It's in the Discord, I believe. Let me check. Yeah, it's in the Discord. Yeah, I have a feature list on the website, but not the FAQ. Oh no, I'm sorry. Let me see if I've got just a moment. No, wrong thing. Why do I have two applications that start with OBS? It's kind of annoying now. How dare they? I'm just going to check if I have, because it might be that I wrote an FAQ, I just never made it public. So I'm just going to double check. Nope. Yeah, I guess the guess I can just paste the Discord one in there. Okay. Oh, where is that? Where'd Discord go? There it is. Okay. Can I just... Yes. So if I take that, then I paste it in there, and then it decided to mess up the emoji. Not emoji. Question? There we go. Should the emoji be bold? Should it be inside of the bold or outside of the bold? That's the real question. Okay, anything else? Any emotes here that I... Yeah, this one. This one doesn't exist outside of Discord. Cool. FAQ. Can I publish this? Or maybe I should... see also. FAQ. Is that how you do linking? Okay, yeah. Okay, and then cool. Okay. Is there a publish these feature? Can I just... No? Do I need to do this manually for all of them? Okay. Publish current file. Publish current file. Okay. Okay. How about now? Is the FAQ... does it do? There we go. It's now live. I'd probably just add it to the YouTube description. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. I believe everything is up now. Okay. There you go. Oh, I don't know if I linked it in chat. Did I link it in chat? Hold on. Did I not? Didn't. God damn it. That thing, no. I guess it's published. I just don't have a link to it because I closed the window. There we go. There we go. There we go. And there we go. That's the FAQ. Bit off topic to the current stream. Building an external application with Unity using UI Toolkit. Do you have any tips for creating drop-down menus for a menu bar? I used a third-party thing for that, and then I extended it to actually work the way it's supposed to. um, yeah, there's like someone made it's on GitHub. Someone made a like drop-down menu that supports nesting. So I'm using that, and then I made it behave like a, what's it called? Menu bar? Which is mostly stuff like, I presume you're talking about these up here, right? Um, so the plugin is mostly for, it's mostly like a context menu. Like if you right click something, you usually want to have a menu with nested options. UI Toolkit doesn't support that natively, but you can extend it to do that, basically doing it manually. But I did get, someone made a thing for that that does the nested context menu stuff. But menu items work a little bit differently, because if you open one, then just hovering over the other ones should also open those. So that's a behavior you have to add on top of that. And then also, yeah, like things like hitting escape to close it, like that kind of stuff you also have to add. So yeah. I'm confused. It's a standalone app, but it's in Unity. How is it standalone? The same way video games made in Unity are also standalone. I'm basically making a video game in Unity. It just looks very much like an app. So I'm pretending it's an app, but it's really a video game dressed like an app, you know? Okay. I forgot what I was doing. Right, I was gonna figure out handle index stuff. Okay. So I guess this one should just have a separator index. And then from that, we can get the next element and the previous element, which is going to be a resizable region, I believe. Yes, because that's the shared thing. So basically there should be a previous. Is that what it's supposed to be called? Previous? It's kind of like, that feels like the wrong term for this. It should be like behind and ahead rather than previous and next, but whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Okay. So previous should be doc dot content container is there no get child? Do I have to like do children and then what's the, is it take for the nth element? Or is it take I just want to take a single element. I feel like there's a thing for this, but it's not called take, right? Or is it? Because this one is a count parameter. I don't want to take a specific number. I want to take a specific index. Single? No. Someone knows this in chat. Oh no, wait, is it like you do skip? And then you do first? Is that it? That feels really wonky. I'm not sure I like this. But I guess this is how you would do it. So then separator index would go there, and I want first or default. Why is it unhappy? Right, because it could be a different type of element. Is it valid to cast a null? I presume it is, right? Like this is not going to be sad if it's a null, or is it? Or no, it is. I would need to do as resizable region, I think. This one is fine with null, I think. Because I want it to be null in case. Okay, next. I guess that's just +1. Do I not have like a get panel in my doc? Okay. I feel like maybe I should have that. Wait, why are my chats weird? I think I have two chats open and they're not synchronized. Oh wait, one is top chat, the other one is live chat. That's why. Okay. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Okay, get child region. I guess by index. Okay. Oh, great. Children. Skip index. First or default. There we go. Wow. I did zoom in a little bit. Hopefully it helps. Okay. Now we can skip this nonsense. So now we instead do get child region. And then we don't need this anymore. Cool. Okay, so now from the separators, we can get the previous and the next region. Actually, I want these to throw in case. Yeah, I think I actually want these to. Or do I? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'll just leave them like that. All of those children should be of the same type, so I don't need to filter. Maybe I should though, or no, because that's gonna mess with draw order. I think so. I don't think I can. Okay. So let's see. We got this separator index, which I kind of want to set here. Oh, did I call it? Oh, that's kind of redundant. Let's just call it, or no, yeah, no, let's call it separator index actually. Okay. And then this does what? Right, it registers the callback. And this is no longer a thing. What do we have here? Have you ever worked in AAA companies? If so, what are your thoughts? Only very briefly. I was at Avalanche Studios. They made the Just Cause series and Mad Max and a few other things that I forgot. But I was there for a brief moment, and it was first as an intern, and then I was sort of fired and also left at the same time. A mutual agreement that I didn't like it there, and they didn't like me there. That was during my internship. Um, yeah. And then 2 years later, I did freelance work there. About 2 years later, I think. I forget how many years. Maybe a little bit more. 4 years later, maybe. Yeah, definitely not for me. AAA is not. No, I just can't do that. I think it requires a very specific type of person to enjoy that kind of work, I think. And I am not that type of person. I need to be able to spread my wings. And they don't let you do that at AAA studios, generally. Unless you're a senior, like a very senior person at the company. But then people are going to be annoyed that you're spreading your wings. So, you know. Okay, so resizing windows, or resizing, this is not really resizing windows. I'm gonna have to do that eventually, but this is, actually that shouldn't go here anyway. This is dragging the separator. Thank you so much for the $5. Hey, Halo 2 freak. Thank you. Did they get mad that you did extra things? Yes. Pretty much. Okay, so I think it must have been some kind of miscommunication at some point, but basically I was super into level art. I just loved level art. I had gotten into 3D modeling. I did that a lot during that time, and I was also making like Team Fortress 2 levels, and the thing I liked the most about making levels in Team Fortress 2 was the decoration. Doing the lighting, doing the props, doing the structures, buildings, all of that stuff. I loved that. That was so much fun. And when I was gonna go to Avalanche, I was like, all right, I'm gonna enjoy jumping in to do level design and level art. That was what I was expecting to do. But I was put on level scripting. And I don't like that. that was like, I didn't enjoy that at all. It was basically fighting with their proprietary engine because it had a bunch of bugs and crashed all the time. And I had to like just get basic things set up, like, oh, place a trigger here that signals an event that goes to this entity that then triggers that thing so that the dialogue here happens. And like it was just that kind of stuff. And I just felt like I was moving nowhere. I was learning nothing interesting or valuable, and I couldn't like use, I don't know. I felt like I was expecting something else. I really wanted to do level design, and I really wanted to do, or I kind of wanted to do level design, but I mostly wanted to do level art. So I was working on this level for a game that never got released, and then during lunch break, I did 3D modeling. I did some modeling because the level that I was working on with the level scripting, it didn't have a whole lot of props at all. It was just a height map terrain. And so we kind of needed more stuff eventually. And it was kind of like, I kind of wanted more stuff there because I want to have reference points for all of the triggers I'm inserting there and the distances to landmarks and all of that kind of stuff. And so I did do some 3D modeling to make like placeholder like structures during lunch hour. I was like literally eating at my desk and doing 3D modeling. Um, and then eventually one of the seniors, they got like annoyed with me that I was doing stuff that's not 3D modeling. He even like explicitly told me like, oh, I've seen you do stuff that's like not the things you're supposed to do with modeling and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, sure. And then I was kind of like, I guess I could argue at that point with that person, but also it's a senior at a big studio. They do need that control to just tell people what to do because that's how you usually get things working in big studios. And like, and I kind of came to the conclusion that like, if this is the vibe at this place, I don't really want to work here. And so eventually they found me too annoying because I kept asking them like, hey, when am I going to do level design and level art? Because I feel like I'm not learning anything, and you're leaving me. You have untapped potential in me, and you're not using me for the things I'm good at. You know, and it was just kind of frustrating, and so I did not enjoy that. Maybe I would have enjoyed it if I was doing the thing I was expecting to do, but I don't know. I think it's too. I think AAA kind of puts every person in too much of a narrow field, and I am just very broad when it comes to the stuff that I do, and so I don't think I would enjoy that at all. Um, yeah, so that was my experience in AAA at Avalanche Studios, like 12 years ago. I don't really remember. It's somewhere there. Um, yeah. So yeah, AAA, not my thing. Then I went to a tiny studio, or tiny. Maybe they were like 20 people. Um, much better. I enjoy that so much more. Um, that was really fun. Okay. Mm, anyway, what are we doing? Mm, I guess I should also append the index here. There we go. And then we capture the pointer, and then I need to do the resizing here. Or no, this is just a start dragging. Resizing is here. Okay. So you click a separator. Um, okay, you click a separator and you start dragging it. Um, hmm. I guess the thing I was doing before is that I could just set the width of the object based on uh, the mouse delta from the initial position. But I can't actually do that now if I'm doing the cascading stuff. Uh, let's see. What about your Valve experience, or was that not a real job? I never worked at Valve, but we cooperated with Valve when making budget cuts. So that was my indie studio, Neat Corporation, where we made budget cuts, the video game, and then yeah. So I was like working out of Valve's office for how long? A month was the longest consecutive time, but I was there a few other times. But yeah, so but I never like I was never employed by Valve. Okay. The thing that I'm trying to figure out now is like, usually when I do mouse interaction stuff, I really like keeping track of the start position. So I keep track of the start, and then as you move the cursor to some target position, there we go, that's a pin or something. I usually like keeping track of this delta, and then I set the position based off of this delta, rather than setting the position based off of like a frame by frame change. Usually doing it this way runs the risk of accumulating error, but doing it this way generally makes sure that everything is 100% consistent. But I feel like I can't really do that in a simple way in this case. Because now this actual movement might actually be conditional. Because when you resize in this case, it could truncate this one to only allow movement up until a certain point. And then there's also the thing of like pushing other windows. You must be able to do it. It's just a larger frame by frame value. Well, then I'm doing it frame by frame, right? Which is fine. I'm just like, I usually don't like doing it that way. Is Budget Cut still performing well? I have no clue. I don't work at Neat anymore. I quit. And so I'm actually not sure. But I mean, Neat still exists, so I presume they're doing well. Does Half-Edge use GPU for geometry compute, or is it only rendering? I do use compute shaders as well for data processing. But compute shaders and that kind of stuff, that's peanuts compared to having to make resizable panels in your interface. This is the hard stuff. Okay, I guess the way that I would do this. Okay, let's see. Let's just erase some stuff here. So we have the hello, where's my brush? There we go. Okay, so we have the mouse start, and then we have the mouse end, and then let's see. Then there is the, how do we do this? I guess the current position of the separator. No. We have the separator offset from the starting point, I think. So that's gonna be, I guess, a separator offset. Yeah. So anytime I want to update the position, I do, I get the mouse delta, which is this blue here. I guess I should go all the way to the target. So this would be the mouse delta. And then I subtract the current offset from the mouse delta. And then I get the desired movement. Desired. And then after the desired movement, there might be, we might be hitting like maxima or minima for resizing. And so there might be a limit for how far we can go. Excuse me? Photoshop? Are you drunk? And so then if it hits a maximum here, actually, let's just be a little bit more explicit. This is the mouse delta, and then this is the desired delta, not the absolute position. And then there's the actual delta. That's the thing we're gonna move once we clamp it to any kind of maximum. So this is then the actual. Actual delta. There we go. Guess I should make this a little bit more grounded in points. So why are you hating on pixels? Pixels are nice. I don't need to use vector graphics for everything. Pixels are cute. Okay, so I think this is the way that it should work. So then the next frame, this one, the separator offset is going to be here on this one. Mouse delta is going to be the same value. The desired one is going to be just this distance right here, like that. And then the actual one is going to be 0. And that makes sense. Okay, this logic makes my brain happy. Now I believe I'm ready to implement this. See, this is how you do math and problem solving whenever you do programming. Like, just draw it out, and then things get so much easier. There are so many people who ask questions that can be like easily answered by drawing it. Just sketch it, and then you're gonna be like, oh, that's what I need. Or maybe I make it sound easier than it is, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of questions are just like, a lot of questions I get are questions where I feel like if you draw it out, like sketch your actual situation, you're going to get answers to a lot of the questions you didn't even think of asking. Because then you're like, oh, I'm actually missing some kind of like data here for, or I'm missing a constraint, or I'm missing a part of my decision making for how I want this to work. Because sometimes your questions are kind of like underdetermined, where like there's too many variables and you haven't decided what variables to constrain your problem with. So anyway, quite often drawing things like this is really useful. Okay. Oh yeah, verbalizing helps as well. That is also true. We're just gonna put that up there. Why do I do this thing in Windows where like, so Windows has this snapping system, right? Where it's like, ooh, which window do you want to dock next to it? And then I always cancel, and then I resize this window, and then I'm like, how do I dock this window now? Like, I guess I'll do that. Like, why not just like do the docking? Like, Windows is literally trying to help me, and I'm just like, no, I just cancel. But why do I cancel? I actually want the thing it's trying to help me do, but okay. So now we can do the thing we have here. Okay, so we have the yellow one, which is the separator offset. So this is also part of the mouse dragging state. So why do I have the start cursor position as a float 2? That's kind of weird. I feel like I should, or I guess that's fine. Let's see. Separator offset. So that's the current offset from start drag state. Okay, that's the only cached thing we need, I believe. So that one should start at 0. So when we capture the pointer, which is pointer down, we need to set that one to 0. You could also store the initial position of the separator. I don't think I need that. I think it's about the same thing I do now, except I choose a different variable instead of separator offset. I guess I would have to do some space transformation at some point regardless, but yeah. Okay. All right, so we have the mouse delta, and then we want the desired delta. Is that maybe this one? Or no, that's for size, so that shouldn't count. Okay, desired delta is just mouse delta minus separator offset. And then this is where we then need to do the cascading check for propagation, I believe. So here, let's see. This could be clamped in either direction. I guess that depends on the sign of the desired delta. Yeah. Yeah, because anytime you drag a separator, you're going to squish a panel and you're going to expand a panel. And which one you squish and which one you expand depends on the sign of the desired delta. Yeah, okay. So that's a good thing to check. So I guess I could switch desired delta. If it is greater than 0, I forget, how did you do the pattern matching? Can you do pattern matching if it's not a switch expression? Or can you not do that? Okay. Oh, my mom is calling me. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Testing, I'm back. Okay. Oh, you can do that without using switch expressions? Okay. So, what if I make it a switch expression first, and then I convert it? Is that it? Yeah, but then it's a switch expression, right? And I don't want to use a switch expression. I want to use the switch statement, I think. Or the other way around, whichever one makes sense. I forget which one is called what. Whatever, let's use if statements. So if desired delta is greater than 0, then what are these elements? We have the resizable region. Okay, so we have a an expando, and then we have a squisho. An expression returns a value and a statement doesn't. Yeah, I wanted a switch statement where I can have multiple lines in each case, but also use pattern matching. But I don't know if that's possible. Because switch expressions, I can do that, but then I can't have multiple lines in each case, right? I think. Or maybe you can, but I don't know the syntax for that. Actually, I guess I should just early out that one. Eh. This is just no movement. Oh, the docs say case. Oh, you do case less than. That makes sense. Okay, so I would do switch desired delta and then case less than 0. Right. Okay. Neat. That makes sense. Thanks. Hell yeah. Okay. But I actually don't need this anymore. But thank you. Because I wanted to make these one-liners, basically. So if desired delta is greater than 0, so that means we are moving the separator to the right from our previous position. Moving forward, I guess. So if we're moving forward, that means that the desired delta is positive. Or non-zero positive. Is 0 positive? I forget. I guess it depends on which mathematician you ask. Okay, so if we're moving forward, then the expando is going to be the previous. But if we're moving backwards, then the expando is going to be the next one, right? And then it's the other way around. If we're moving forward, then the next one is going to be squished, and the previous one is going to be expanded. Cool. This would be so simple with Godot and GD scripts. Why does Godot have like some of the most annoying fans? I don't even have a problem with Godot. It seems like a neat engine. I just don't use it myself, but there's so many people who are just kind of shitty about it. I don't know why. Okay. So it's a 3D modeling program that's based on the Unity engine you're making. It's not based on Unity, but it's made in Unity, if that makes sense. Okay, so now we know which one to squish, which one to expand. The squish one is going to be the most important one because that's the one that can limit the movement. Okay. So that we need a shrink amount, which is going to be the absolute value of the desired delta, I believe. I guess desired shrink amount, because it might not be actually go through. And then very easy learning curve if you try. Oh, okay. Let me just take like 1.5 years of work and just like toss it in the bin. And let's just use Godot and not utilize my like 12 years of experience using Unity. And let's just not do that, you know? And then grind all of my projects to a halt because I'm switching engines. It's kind of like, it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of work to switch engines. It's not something I do in a whim. Because this project is big and it probably uses a bunch of features that Godot doesn't even have. Like, can you have structured buffers in compute shaders in Godot? I've heard that you can't, and so I'm not sure. I probably shouldn't switch to Godot, even though it would be nice, but I don't know. Okay, this feels weird. I feel like I shouldn't do. feel like I'm doing this in a weird way. Like the squisho is the one that has to shrink, which is the... That gives me information about which one I should... Yeah, so this is where I need the propagation stuff. So how do I design the propagation? Where's... Oh yeah, it's right here. I forgot. Yeah, the reason I'm using Unity is because I've been using Unity for, again, like 12 years. And I am very proficient in using Unity. And I've made a lot of progress in my projects when I'm making this in Unity. And like it's... I don't have any problems with Godot. I think Godot is great. I think it's great that it exists. It really does need to exist, and I'm glad Unity is getting some pressure from having competition in that space. But you don't have to try to like convince me to switch to something else. In fact, it's kind of a little bit annoying, and I don't want to be annoyed at Godot because I think Godot is good, but some people who are advocating for Godot are a little bit too aggressively pushy, so please don't be that person. It's kind of annoying. Like I'm not gonna go out of my way to like defend Unity as a company. So I'm not that person. Yeah. Just don't be weird about it. Let people use whatever engine they like. I forgot what I was gonna do because I was getting a little bit annoyed. That's why I keep getting distracted. Right. Propagation. That's what I was gonna do. Okay, so how does propagation work? Propagation is when we have multiple panels in a row. So this is the... oh god, this is gonna get crowded. I guess I'll just move a few things. I do think your tool might be more widely used if built without an engine, but that's easier said than done. Well, I'm not sure why you think that. Because I'm using the tool that I enjoy using, that I'm good at using, and theoretically I could learn C++ and a bunch of frameworks and all of that stuff and write everything from scratch and write my own render graph, write my own UI system, or like implement some other UI system, or like, I don't know. Like I could do all of those things, but why would I do that when I can leverage, again, a decade of experience using Unity, and I can actually reach the goal that I want to reach making it in Unity? And the things that are like... There are some limitations that I'm going to bump into because I'm using Unity, but I'm also getting a lot from that. And yeah, if I make it from scratch, I'll have so much more freedom, but I also have so much more responsibility to make everything myself, like everything, not just a few things that I would want to make myself, right? Yeah. Okay. I was getting annoyed. It was the wrong color. Why was it the wrong color? Okay, now it's too... there we go. Okay, sorry. Okay. Propagation. So propagation is when you have multiple panels. So let's see. This would be one panel here. let's say we have a panel. There we go. That's a panel. The separator is here. So you can sort of imagine another panel here. So in this case, this would be the one shrinking, and this would be the one expanding. So propagation comes from the fact that panels will have a minimum size. So that's the white dashed line here. So this will be the minimum size. And then you are sometimes going to have more panels next to it. Actually, that's not very wide. I should make a wider one. I guess I don't technically have to do the propagation stuff, but I think it would be nice. So basically, this panel might also have a minimum size, but it is bigger than it needs to be. So what I'm thinking is if you grab this separator and you pull it in this direction, once you hit the minimum size, I feel like this should start moving in that direction. Because we've hit the minimum size, but we're still moving the cursor to the left. And so I'm thinking this one should then move here. If it's within the allowed space. And then that kind of like cascades and propagates through to the next panel and so forth, like ad infinitum to however many panels you have. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking with propagation. And so that needs to be taken into account for all of these movements. Is it propagating through panels or through separators? I mean, same? Yes. Okay. But I don't have to do that. I should probably do the lazy version first. I can do the propagation later. In that case, this is a lot easier. Because then I just need the maximum squish, which is let's see, that would be the squisho dot minimum size on the current axis. Thor, what's up, buddy? Coming over. What happens if you push a panel, push two panels and then go the other way? They remain small for now. Like making it reversible is possible, but then I need to like cache the, I need to like save the original size of them while I'm dragging it, and like I don't know, it's just a lot of work. Totally possible though, but yeah. That basically means I need to cache the initial size and then treat those as like preferred sizes. So when you expand, they have a preferred size that they go to. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, we have the minimum size of the panel, and then we need to, then we have the desired new smaller size of the squisho. So that would be squisho get size. Wait, it would be minus the desired delta or the absolute value of that. Okay. Okay. I believe. Yeah. But then we need the actual size it's going to go down to. So okay, so actual new smaller size would be the maximum of the minimum size and the desired new smaller size. Yeah. I have a feeling I'm gonna run into this thing where like a bug where I'm gonna drag a separator. And as soon as I start dragging it, the windows are just gonna like run away into the sunset. We'll see what happens. Okay, so actual new smaller size. What do we do then? Then we get the actual delta from that. That's the pink one here, the actual delta. Okay. So float actual delta equals oh geez, hold on. It would be because I'm working with widths here. Oh no, I'm confusing myself. That's the size, and but that's not the amount we're allowed to move. The amount we're allowed to move would be oh, I feel stupid. I feel like this is really easy. I feel like I named these variables incorrect or something. So I get the current size, subtract the magnitude of the current desired delta. Oh, I just want the current size. Yeah, this current size minus this. That's the delta. Okay. That's what I was getting confused by, because I feel like I had to have that somewhere. Okay, so I want the delta from the current size to the new size. That's just obvious. So current size to that shouldn't be there. To the new size. There we go. Okay. And this is the... Is it the actual delta or the size delta? This would be the size delta, because this doesn't have a sign. And this is the size delta for the squisho. Squisho size delta. No, it's not even the size delta. This is the shrink amount. Right? Yeah. Okay. And if that is 0, then we don't need to do anything. Nope, I have no plans of using AI for coding. Okay. I believe all we need to do now is to shrink the squisho by this amount and grow the expando by the same amount, and then set the variable. What do we call it? Separator offset. That one we need to set. Okay. And separator offset would be that would just be the squisho shrink amount times the sine of the desired delta, I believe. That's the actual delta that we had in the graphics. Okay. Cool. Right. We separator offset. Plus equals actual delta. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Wouldn't storing the old size and comparing it to the new size be a safer way to get the delta? Isn't that what I'm doing though? That's what I'm doing here, right? Okay, so we move the separator offset. We got the actual delta, but I'm not actually resizing the element, so we need to do that. So I do have a resize function, but I think this one has like propagation in it, which I don't want to do. Yeah, I don't think I want to use that, so I'm just going to make this public. Okay, set size. We have our resize axis, and then we set the size, which is the squisho shrink amount. But that's relative to the current size. I guess I want a offset size? That seems wrong. Add size? I don't know. I guess add would be correct, but it's fine. Okay, add size. So all we just do, all we have to do here is just change it to plus equals, right? Nope. Okay, well, it's actually over. Guess I should just call this one actually. Got the dimension and then current size plus size. Okay. Add size. I guess I should follow the same naming convention. Okay, we got the axis, the shrink amount, and we should make that negative, and then we have the expando, and then we just do positive there. Okay. Theoretically, this should work. I have no idea if it actually will work, but I guess this is where I might want to do the propagation down the line. I am using Unity, so I'm using the UI toolkit in Unity, which is Unity's built-in UI system, and it's very similar to CSS and HTML, which is why there's CSS terms in this. Okay, so we have a separator that's theoretically able to change size of its neighbors and take care of the minimum sizes. And so that's good. But we're not actually instantiating the separators correctly right now. So let's see, we have should show. And yes, this is using the delta from the mouse down position. Kind of. It's a little bit convoluted. It's using the moving previous position of the object, but it's still using the delta from the original mouse position in addition to that. So it's kind of a hybrid of the frame by frame thing, but not really, but also using the absolute delta. Okay, so this is checking if this separator should be visible. I don't think I wanna, this shouldn't be in this type, no. I think that should just not be here. Update visibility. Let's just make it a set visibility. Okay. We have a separator handle. I believe we are now ready to actually put the handles into the regions. Oh boy. Okay. Expansion overhead was my old propagation code, so we don't need that. Right. Resizable regions should not have separators in them. Yeah. So this should not be in here at all. So that should be in the dock. Metal dock. So I should not have separators like this. It should rather be a list. Technically, it doesn't have to be a list. I could just like iterate over children probably, but shrug. Okay. We don't need an initialize, so we just need a refresh resize handle. Okay. Here is where we need to update everything when it comes to separator state based off of the current panel status, I suppose. So it needs to handle a few things. It needs to handle Let's see, adding missing separators. We need to be able to disable superfluous separators. In case you remove a panel from a dock, then we're probably gonna have to disable a separator. And also, positioning separators. Yeah. Actually, setting the position of the separator should be in the separator itself, but it should be done from here too. So at some point, I should probably do something like position, or up, refresh position, something like that. And then I create that one. So here is where I need to place it, which I would guess be this dot style dot position style position. How does this work? Setting the styles are always, it's always a little bit janky. Because I feel like the tooltips are not really helping you with it, like, because this is not the usual constructor you're supposed to use, because they do have a bunch of shortcuts. I don't even know if this is the thing I'm supposed to use. Oh, this is the absolute versus relative, so this is not the actual position. Which I also need to set, so that's good. Is it like left and top? Is that what I need to set? Right, it's left and top and then size. Right, okay. But I guess that kind of depends on... That depends on which direction we're going. Which is fine. I guess I should do that in here. So if no, it's a bool. Is vertical. There we go. Then this dot style dot height equals style height style no. Oh, style length. Okay. So then height is auto. If it's horizontal, then width is auto. I guess I need some kind of handle size. I'm probably gonna have to separate the visual size from the interaction size eventually, because the visual size is gonna be 1 pixel, but the interaction size has to be bigger. Not entirely sure how to do that, but me, I'll just hard code something for now. I'll just leave them be the same for now. It just depends on, like, if I want to capture the mouse interaction on the separator itself, then the separator has to be wider than the visual element. But I could maybe just do a manual checking of mouse position instead. Anyway, let's leave it at 6 pixels wide. Or I guess it would be thickness. Okay. So then the width would be, what are the default units? Which I'm guessing there's, yeah. I really wish C# had... I really wish you could do ternary operators as a left-hand side operator. Like, 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 uh, like this. I really wish this was a thing in C#. I want to do this. Why are you not letting me do this, Microsoft? Fix this. I want L-value ternary operator. I don't even know if that's what it's called. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Thank you, Bit. I'm glad you like my splines video. Okay. What else do we need to set? So if we want to refresh the position, we need the top left corner of the element we're attaching to. Yeah. Which would be the that would be the previous element. Yeah. That's our target panel. And so we need to do this dot style dot, let's see, this is a vertical separator, which means we need the top right corner. I guess it would be the left coordinate of this one should be the target dot, oh, is it world? No, it's not world bound. It's something else. Is it? Ooh, I don't want to have to do space transformation. What's the rectangle relative to its parent? That's got to be a thing, right? Oh, actually, I can just do resolve style dot right, I guess. I think that should work. It's a little spooky using resolve style for this, but I think that's okay. Right, you can use a ref for that. Oh, that looks really messy though. I think that's worse. That's worse than the if statements. Oh yeah, I don't actually need to set the top. Because if I anchor it to the left and I have auto height, then I don't need to set the vertical coordinate. Okay, if it's not vertical, if it's a horizontal, then I'm setting the top to the resolve style bottom. But I also need to subtract half of the thickness on both of these to make sure that I center the it over the boundary. Okay, I believe this is it, right? Is there anything else I need to do? I don't think so. I guess this could be in the CSS, so I don't technically have to have that here. Eh. Okay, we have refresh position. Wow, amazing. What are you working on? I'm working on a 3D modeling tool called Half Edge, which is kind of broken right now, so it's not really fully functional because I've refactored so much at this point. But it's a 3D modeling tool in Unity, or in Unity. It's made in Unity. So yeah, it's a 3D modeling tool, kind of like you would expect a modeling tool to, how it would behave and work. Yeah, this is Half Edge. And what I'm doing right now, more specifically, is that working on a very boring thing, which is the resizable panels and dockable panels. That's about it. So it's not a super exciting thing I'm working on right now, but yeah, this is Half Edge. So it's a modeling tool. My goal with Half Edge is to make something that is kind of like the Procreate of 3D modeling. I think like things like Blender is obviously super capable and powerful, but it is also kind of overwhelming. And Maya users like me struggle with it. And also, I kind of want to make this. It seems like a fun project, and that's why I'm working on Half Edge. Yeah, so the goal is to basically make a 3D modeling tool that's a lot more simpler than a fully fledged like Blender, right? Hello, Thor. There is a cat on my desk. Hey. Wow. Hey, buddy. He does not want to be in my arms. He does not want to be in my Mr. Thor. Yeah, I'm using my desk. This is my desk. Yeah. Okay. I guess I scared him away. But yeah, so the yeah, so the goal with this one is that it's going to be something that is made for game developers rather than made for everyone. So I'm going to cater a lot of the stuff that I'm doing to game development. And so some of that stuff is probably going to look kind of similar to things like Hammer 2. So if you've used Hammer before for level art or level design, stuff like, I don't know if you can see it on stream, but there's a grid here, and you can change the size of the grid. All of that is just hotkeyed, and it's a power of 2 grid, so it's got kind of that traditional workflow that you have in these like level design tools that many like CSG editors have used in the past. It's a really, really useful thing when you're like blocking out levels and kind of like getting started, like setting up all of your base geometry. So it's got those kinds of features. I am going to make a UV editor that doesn't want to make you retire and start building a cabin in the forest. I want to make a UV editor that actually feels nice to use because I enjoy UV mapping, and I feel like the UV editor in Blender radicalized me into making this, and so the UV editor is like the thing I'm looking forward to the most. Out of all the things in Half Edge, the UV editor is like, there's so much stuff I want to do there. It's gonna be really fun. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to the UV editor, but I haven't done that yet. But yeah, it's great you've done modeling and programming. That'll help you make a great app. I hope so. Yeah. I've done. It's kind of funny that like, I don't know. It's kind of funny that this project is is very catered to my particular history in game development. Like I started out doing environment art and 3D modeling and level design. And then I got into technical art, shaders, and that was super fun. Then I started programming. And then I got into tool development after that. So shader forge, shapes, and I've also been working on games throughout that whole time. And then I got into math, and I started getting like super into math in general. And now I'm back to making game dev tools, and I feel like that history is like exactly what you need in order to make something like this. I have the experience of a 3D artist, and I have the experience of a tool developer, and I have the experience of a technical artist, so I can like actually do these things on, make it look pretty on a visual level. And then the tool development is obviously going to be super useful for anything related to tool design. And so I don't know, it just feels like the perfect project for me. This is a beautiful model. I'm really happy with this sphere. Anyway, I would show off more tools. I have implemented a bunch of geometry editing tools. It's just that I've broken everything, and so like 80% of all the features just don't even function. They just error out because the way that I draw stuff in the viewport is currently not supported anymore because I recently changed Half-Edge from being a Unity plugin to being a standalone application, and some of my plugin code is still around. So if I try to extrude, for example, then it's going to try to draw some preview gizmos, and then it's going to crash out because I don't support drawing those yet. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of cool features to show off, apart from, like, I don't know, selection works, rotation works, undo works, hopefully, ideally. Okay, I'm actually kind of nervous now. Okay, it works, good. That was a close call. It could have broken there, but it's working. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. I don't write unit tests. No. Unit tests are I don't know. It seems like a lot of work. Did you solve copyright issues? Copyright issues? I hope I don't have copyright issues. I'm not sure. I don't think I've had copyright issues. Okay. Resize handles. That's what we're gonna do. So we need to add missing separators. We have a list of separators here. Sarah put some blue sky a couple of days ago. Have you fooled around to Godot yet? Or did you at least find the answers you were looking for? I haven't found all of the answers that I've been looking for, no. No, I did ask them in my in the Half-Edge Discord, because there was another Godot user there. I forget their name, but they made Cozy Blanket, which is obviously really relevant. And so they were there. I don't know if they answered my message yet, but because I started streaming. Yeah, I think it's mostly around like I'm mostly wondering, like, some of the more advanced features that I'm using right now in Unity. I'm kind of wondering, like, what would that look like in Godot? So I guess it's mostly around structured buffers. I don't know if Godot has support for structured buffers in compute shaders and in regular rasterization shaders. And yeah, because that I make use of that a lot. And then I also make use of command buffers a ton. So kind of the render pipeline that I have in Half-Edge right now is very custom. Like I don't even have a camera, like an enabled camera in my scene. I do have a camera, but it's disabled. I don't even think I call it anymore. I think I just use the camera to like store like the field of view and the position. And so a lot of the rendering stuff is custom, and I don't know how customizable Godot is in that area. I also don't know if Godot has a nice way to debug C#, and especially measuring performance and allocations. I use that a lot in Unity. I'm not entirely sure what the UI system in Godot is like. If it's similar to Unity's, like, people say that it's similar to Unity's, like, UGUI, but better. But that is also very different from UI Toolkit. I've actually started liking UI Toolkit. I used to not like it at all, but now I actually like it. I think it's definitely has a barrier of entry, and I think it's improved a lot over time. But just being able to have CSS for styling is super nice. Like, it allows you to do so much so quickly. So that stuff I really like. Yeah, I guess that's a short list of a few things that I'm not sure about because I haven't used Godot that much. But yeah, Godot is obviously like a much more, it's a newer engine and it's not as mature as Unity. And as much as we don't like a lot of the decisions that Unity makes with the engine is actually really good. And I'm yeah, I'm it makes it hard for me to not use Unity because, you know, 12 years of experience using it, and then the engine itself has developed throughout that whole time. And so it's yeah, it's gonna be hard to like not to let go of all of the nice features that I have right now in Unity, right? It debugs as a standard C# program. Well, the thing I'm wondering is if it has the profiler, basically. I don't know if you've used Unity, but there is a profiler in Unity. So the profiler, basically while you're running your app, the profiler will allow you to pause at any moment, and then you can look at specific frames during your game, and then you basically have a table of all of the things that happened during that frame, and then you can see exactly how many milliseconds that thing took, and you can kind of step through your entire hierarchy of every function call down the whole tree of all the functions. This is stupidly useful. Like, this is incredibly useful for anything like optimization related. Like, every single thing says how long it took, and also very usefully it says how much was allocated during that call. So if I have like an allocation that's really big that's happening every frame, then I need to know that I need to fix that type of thing. So yeah, this stuff is incredibly useful. And I don't think Godot has this from what I've heard, but I'm not sure. But I think I saw some people say that Godot doesn't really have this. But yeah, profiler, extremely useful. That's like my starting point for anything performance related. Oh yeah, there's also the frame debugger, which is also super useful. I'm not sure if it's gonna work now. Yeah, okay, it works. So the frame debugger allows you to step through every draw call when constructing a single frame. This is also incredibly useful whenever I do shader stuff, especially when I do the kind of custom pipeline things that I'm doing right now. So just being able to step through a frame and seeing like all the stuff that's assigned to every like draw call is really useful. So like you can see here that between these two draw calls, that's when I'm drawing the vertices in the scene, right? And then here are the edges, and then the stencil clear, and then the UI, and then the UI has its own whole construction, which for some reason has a gazillion draw calls, which I probably need to fix at some point. But yeah, this stuff, super useful. And like stuff like this is really nice because then you're not working in the dark. And that's also why I don't like using stuff like, or I can never really see myself using something like something like Bevy, for instance. Like a lot of people have recommended Bevy as a kind of minimalistic game engine, but I want an editor. It's like just the fact that I have a scene view where I can like click things and look at properties of objects in a running project. Like that stuff is really useful. And if I don't have an editor, if I'm using Bevy, or if I'm like writing my own engine, I don't have an editor anymore, and all of a sudden like inspecting state is much harder. And that's when I probably have to get into the whole thing of like, I don't know, writing unit tests for everything and assertions everywhere. And like, I can't just like run it and test it and then move on, right? Yeah. Could you name a 3D modeling apps that you could recommend? I mean, Blender is probably the top recommendation. Okay. How many separators do we need? Required separators. So that is the content container child count -1. Okay. While required separators or separators dot count is less than required separators, we create some separators. That's what we're doing here. Okay, how do we create separators? I guess we just make a new one, right? What do we call them? Panel separator handle. Did we have some cool constructor here? We do. This separator index would be child count. Okay. And then we add this to the content container. Okay. I'm gonna have to go grab something more to drink because this is running out. I really wish so for my camera, I really wish I had a video head so I could like tilt and rotate the camera. I used to have the camera on a tripod, but it's not on a tripod anymore. Now I have it on like it's called like a super clamp. And so it's kind of like an arm that you can lock in place. But it's locked in place now. And so I could unlock it, but then I unlock it on all of the dimensions and axes for both rotation and position. And so then getting it back is going to be the hard part. I think it's called a video head. Is that what it's called? I don't know if there's any camera people here. Is a video head a thing where you have like a lever so you can like do pitch and yaw? That kind of thing, where you can like smoothly pitch and yaw from some base position. That's what I want. Okay, let me grab a drink. I will be right back. Oh, is this where I press add? Now that now I'm gonna go grab a drink. I need to press the add button. I think I saw an add button. Oh, there it is. Okay, boom. I'm actually gonna go to the bathroom as well. I will be right back. Fallon, hey, hey, Fallon, hey, buddy, come say hi. Hello. Hey. Oh, that's true. Yeah. This is salad. And a sniff. That's the microphone. Yeah, that's the microphone. And I think he spent his 2 thoughts for the day. There are no thoughts left. What? What? Well, you want to hop down. Yeah. You don't want to be here anymore. Yeah. Yeah. You feeling done? Okay. Mr. Salad. Yeah, you have a claw in my shirt. My cats do not get jealous of one another. Mr. Salad. Hey. Hey, buddy. Hey. Do you want to sniff the microphone? Ooh, there's a microphone there. Whoa. Okay, salad. Okay. You can't convince me as Bones. He's very goopy. He's a goopy cat. Okay, I'm gonna go get my hot chocolate. I'll put the goopy cat here. Make sure he doesn't ruin anything. He might have pressed spacebar in OBS, but it looks like it's still going, so. Oh, Salad is a ragdoll. He is not a Maine Coon. Salad looks like a troublemaker. He is a bit of a troublemaker. I don't think it's because he's malicious. I think he's just kind of stupid. He got scooped again. He probably doesn't want to be here, but he got scooped again. Yeah. Salad, salad. Ow, 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 Thor. That's my leg. That's your tail in my face. Mr. Salad. I got Salad's tail in my mouth. Somehow. Somehow. Okay. Okay. By the way, Salad is on Blue Sky. So if you're on Blue Sky or Twitter too, then the Salad's there. If you want to follow Salad or his brother Toast. Okay. Yes, it's good to follow Thor and Toast. They all have a blue sky. It's linked in. Um, it's linked in their profiles. Here's Toast. And then here's Thor. There you go. And then also there's me. I'm also on Blue Sky actually. There you go. That's all of my Blue Sky socials. Okay. Just the cats, thanks. Yep. Then go for the cats. I don't tweet about anything exciting on my Blue Sky right now anyway. I'm just depressed about the United States. Hi, I'm the other dev of Cozy Blanket and Uniform. Oh, neat. But the Godot UI toolkit, I would say, is rather limited if you have in mind something like CSS for styling. Right, okay. Yeah, I've heard people have been comparing it to Unity's UGUI, which is more of a like 9-slice sprite type of thing, right? Is what I got the impression of, rather than having like CSS style border radius and border colors and all of that stuff. Right, so you basically added your own variant, yeah. Okay. Yeah, stuff like that is definitely possible, but usually, like, any one of those things in isolation is usually fine, but then once you want the other stuff, it gets complicated. Like, if I want something that's similar to, like, I guess, the event propagation system, I presume that might get complicated to replicate. I guess it depends on, like, how many features you end up using from that, but yeah, what about structured buffers and command buffers? Can I use structured buffers in compute shaders and rendering shaders? And can I do stuff like synchronous synchronous compute shader dispatch? Can I do asynchronous dispatch in C# and await them in Godot? I'm not sure if I can do that. Can I access structured buffers in like rendering shaders for display? Can I do that at a custom event in the render graph? I don't know how much I can customize when it comes to rendering in Godot either. Because right now in Unity, I'm basically not even using their rendering pipeline. It's all just like a command buffer, effectively. Stuff like that, I'm not entirely sure what that's like in Godot, and it's a little bit spooky because I've heard that some of these features are not really there yet. Our renderer is also fully custom. We're not using Godot scenes. Okay, so that sounds similar then. When you say fully custom, how custom are we talking? Is it like, oh, I had to write my own micro OpenGL engine inside of Godot? Or is it, oh, I just used Godot's command buffers, basically? Because the latter sounds really nice, and that's what I would want to do. Okay. Refresh, resize handles. They're actually called separators these days. Okay. Oh, I almost caused an infinite loop. Okay. Technically, separators doesn't have to be a... Or no, wait, this should not be the... Should do hierarchy, I think. We're using rendering device, which is a platform abstraction close to Vulkan. Then there's a rendering server abstraction on top. Implements meshes, camera materials, and so. Okay. Can you do instanced drawing? Like instanced primitive drawing, where I'm like, I want to dispatch I want to draw n number of quads using some specific shader, and then that shader needs to read from a structured buffer. Like, can I do that in Godot? And also, can I do that synchronously or asynchronously or either or just one of them? I think I do both right now. Okay. I think this is correct. Okay. If we have, or no, that's not gonna work. I know it's out of context for a video about AI is amazing. I am happy you like it. It's not a very fun video. That was kind of depressing, but I'm kind of surprised at the reception for that. I was like bracing for impact for just getting. I was like planning a few days ahead of like how I would manage my social media use and make sure that I don't read comments and like make sure that I like stay safe and like all of that. I was fully bracing for all of it, but it didn't turn out that bad. But I could fully see like a world where some some streamer makes like a reaction video. Like I don't know, Asmongold reacts to this AI video, and then he says something not very thought through, and then I get Gamergate 2.0 hurled at me for no reason. That was sort of what I was worried about, but it didn't happen. Everything was fine. Like I don't think it hasn't escaped my orbit too much yet, so I'm glad about that. Um, you can do both in the rendering device API. Oh, that's good. Okay. We had support for indirect drawing a year ago, or so to support a renderer. I think that's in master. Okay. Both as in synchronous and asynchronous. Or both as in reading structured buffers. Who's going to delete separators we created here and add to 2 different containers? Separators is not a container. That's just a list. And so deleting is going to be, they're never going to be deleted. They're just going to be disabled. I guess I should have a check for checking if it's enabled or disabled. Guess I could just make that a property. What? Why do I keep pressing the wrong keys? I should press the right keys instead of the wrong ones. That would be much better, actually. Okay. Okay, how do I do this? I need to... I guess I iterate through the separators. Although I'm gonna have to use a regular loop here, I think. Because I need the index. Set.enable equals I is less than required separators. There we go. And then positioning all of them. I guess I could just position the enabled ones, but I don't know. What if they're in the wrong position when I toggle some states? And it's not going to be expensive to do this anyway, so it really, really does not matter. I should just do this. Okay. I believe that's probably it for refreshing them. Is there anything... Oh, interaction. How does interaction work? I think I have the mouse interaction handlers on the separator itself, right? I believe. Or do I not? Have we got loop cuts working yet? Which one is loop cut? Is that insert edge loop? Or is that different? Or is it kind of like the where you insert an edge path? Or which one is loop cut? This sounds like Blender terminology. Okay. So, oh, callbacks, here we go. Right, so this is the actual movement. And then pointer capture happens on click. Oh. This means we're actually very close to being able to test this. Let's see if it breaks. Okay, dockable panel. I suppose this... yeah. I guess I just do dock dot refresh. I appreciate that you stream live dev. I really appreciate watching passionate people work on things they like, but it's hard to find. Yeah, I can imagine it's kind of hard to find because most people are not interested to watch that because it like a lot of development work is kind of not very entertaining, right? And the second, because of that, if you are someone who, I don't know, you want to like, I don't know, make a career or make money from streaming as a developer, that is extremely hard. And most people are gonna back out of it and just not try it for much longer than, I don't know, a few weeks. Because generally it's not lucrative whatsoever. So it's just a very the incentives are not very aligned when it comes to this kind of stuff. And also sometimes it's kind of stressful to stream and you get distracted quite a lot. Okay, so the docking thing is clearly not public when it should be public. Attention span nowadays is tanked too. Yeah, I should be pushing shorts instead. Here's how I implemented separators in Unity, and then like red arrows, and it's just a 10-second video, and just like flashing code like left and right, and it's like I did this in 3 hours or 2 days. I don't know. This is too warm, but I want my hot chocolate. Subway Surfer, exactly. But you know what? I'm gonna let the kids do that. I'm gonna let the kids, the new generation of developers, do their TikToks and their shorts and the Subway Surfers and their Chat GPT based development. That just gonna let them do that. I am perfectly fine not doing those things. And so they can just go do that and just leave me out of it because I want no part of that. Okay. Do we have compiling code now for the first time in 3 hours probably? Null reference exception. Cool. Whoa. What happened? OBS lost connection and then reconnected. I don't know why. Oh, okay. Am I still live, by the way? Or did it cut out? Still live. Okay, cool. All right. So we got a null ref in Unity, and that's probably because refresh position is being called on right. Wait, why is this call here? Why, or rather, why is previous null? That's a little suspicious. And then deeply suspicious. I'm gonna guess that it's because the or hold on. Yeah, why does that get called actually? So that is in right, it's attaching to the visual tree. But I'm guessing it's calling not this constructor, which means that it's not going to have access to the previous and the next one, I'm guessing, because doc is null. Well, I guess in... Where's my attach function? Do I not have an attach? Okay. This dot register callback once. Actually, why is there a separator actually before? No, but it's gotta create the separator. Hold on. Hold on. Let's toss in some debug logs into this. It's not dockable panel, it's in panel dock. Refresh separators. Okay. Guess I don't have a good category for that yet. Okay. Refresh separators. Separator count is now length. Okay. Like it should be calling this. I'm guessing it's got to be that it's instantiating separators without going through the canonical refresh separators. I wonder, it might actually be that I put separators in the UI, which would be not good. Oh. Oh boy, okay. It's not even letting me open the UI. That's vaguely concerning. Okay, well, I think we are not doing good right now. This smells like a restart Unity kind of situation. I'm using fork for source control. Okay, this call stack. What is happening? So this is getting called. Attached to panel is called. Refresh separators. But there shouldn't be any separators at this point. But it's got 2 separators. That makes me confused. Where to get the separators from? It's just got 2 mystery separators. Or did I forget to remove some old code? Okay. Okay. Dockable panel. Creates it here. Yeah, it kind of seems like it's cached somehow. Oh, it actually opened it now. That's progress. Okay. This looks like hot garbage. Why is it tiny? Okay. Yeah, it's got separators here. Which it should have, but why am I not getting that log message? Something seems to create them beforehand. I could probably just toss in a null check and everything's gonna work. I'm just a little bit confused at the very least. Okay, so if then refresh position, right? Yeah. So if target is null, yeah, OBS seems to be sad when I compile. Yes, I do not like AI. I have a video on my channel if you want to know some of my opinions about AI. So you're welcome to watch that if you are curious. Okay, so if target is null, then I want to log a warning, I suppose. Blah. Could an AI make these types of spelling mistakes? I don't think so. This is what homemade code looks like. And then I need to return. Hope you make a Quaternion video one day. It is actually on my, that's probably my next video, almost certainly. I have a few other videos that I want to make, but I've been wanting to make a video about quaternions for a long time. My video about multiplying vectors, it's called Why Can't You Multiply Vectors, is secretly a talk about quaternions. So I would recommend that if you want to get an introduction to a different way of thinking about quaternions. Okay. Got the separator. There we go. That video is about algebra. Abstract algebra specifically, but... Okay, well, I plopped out my warnings, so that works. Okay, so... I guess I can hit play. Let's see if it explodes or if it's fine. Okay. We don't have separators, though. I think it's maybe because I'm not assigning the class to them. No, I do that here. Okay. But where are they? They're so invisible. I think it's time to debug. Where's the UI debugger? There we go. Pick elements. Okay. So let's see. What do we got? We got the dockable panel. And then we have the panel dock. So this is that one. Okay, we have one separator handle here. Where the heck is this? World bound. World clip. What does world clip mean? But yeah, width and height on this one is 0, which is incorrect. So why is that? What style have we got going on this element? Left is auto. That seems incorrect. Actually, yeah, hold on. This is null every single time. That's why it's not working. So previous is not working. And why is that? So doc.get child region. Am I using this incorrectly? This should pick the nth element, right? Oh, it's the rendering guy from Cozy Blanket reporting in. Hey, hello. I don't know if you got my questions. They were probably have to scroll for a little bit. Actually, my questions were mostly verbal, so you probably can't even scroll. But okay, I feel like something about the content container stuff is not working. I can maybe do get index. That's what I was kind of looking for. Wait, where am I? Where did I go? What is happening? There we are. Okay. But is there an index? Yeah, there is no link for index, right? So that's why I have to use the skip? Or how does that work? Async is pretty bad right now in Godot, but structure buffers and compute are not too bad. What does that mean? Isn't that a list? No, it's an IEnumerable. Okay, so something here is going wrong. Let's just log some more stuff. Not an error. Okay, so we are getting child region index. We want to know maybe child count. Can't you just say toList.getAt? toList will allocate an entire new object full of copies of all of those elements, which is wasteful, and I don't want to do that. Because I am mindful of allocations because I'm a game developer. So I have to be mindful of those things. Okay, so what is happening here? This one is trying to get region 2, but there's only 2 children. Okay. What about element at? That's probably the one that I was looking for. Uh, wait, but why is it looking for... Let's see, refresh position. But how can the previous one ever fail? I feel like separator index should... Or no, wait, it could if we're... I've added... too many things. But it's failing like every single time. Why? Although every time I call get child region, the index it's passing in is always the same as child count. Did I just pass the wrong variable in here? That should be the separator index. Okay. That should be set here. And this is... it adds the content container. Oh, that's incorrect. It should be separators dot count. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm just stupid. That's why. Okay, let's see. Come on, it's gonna work now. Please, please work. That looks good. No more warnings. That's good. Well, some other warnings, but these are... Those warnings we don't have to care about. Cool, step 1 complete. It compiles and we have no runtime errors, but we are not seeing them. I would say if you're willing to wrestle with a rendering device a bit, you should not be too worried about it. You probably would have a harder time fighting the UI system. Okay. What about like regular like rendering shaders, like pixel shaders? Can I access structured buffers in those? Hit my nose. Can I access structured buffers in like regular rendering shaders? Where I'm like draw if I want to draw like some number of instanced primitives, like quad primitives or something, and then I want to access them by the by instance IDs and like vertex IDs, and then using those in that shader, reading off of the structured buffer, multiple structured buffers actually, when rendering something. Is that a thing? Can I do that? Yes. Okay. And does it have support for like structs in the shaders? I don't know if Godot uses HLSL or GLSL or some other third option. So can I have like a structured buffer of a custom struct that has the same like layout as in C#, and then I have an interop between those. And then so then on top of that, let's see what else. I presume it, yeah, compute shaders and Godot they definitely allow you to set stuff like group size and all of that stuff. Okay. There was something else I was thinking of, but I forgot. Oh yeah, so Unity has this whole thing of native arrays Does Godot have something like that on the C# side? Or am I basically gonna have to go full, I don't know, use C++ or something if I want to have something that's like native array performance? Because that stuff I make use of quite a lot, but like the job system, the parallel processing stuff in Unity, and I don't think I've heard of that being a thing in Godot. Maybe it's a thing, but I don't know if it's a thing in C# in Godot. Because to me, that stuff is like super nice because that means I don't have to learn C++. I can just use compute shaders and native arrays, and then I get basically C++ performance while writing C# and HLSL, I guess. That stuff is super nice. I love that. And I'm a little bit worried if that might be difficult in Godot or not possible. How would you code something like quaternions? You would just write the codes for the quaternions. Yeah, you can follow the multiplication rules for I, J, and K, and then you can just write it out, do the math, and then you have all the functions you need. You need to have the multiplication function down. You need the sandwich product for transforming vectors. Probably need a slurp function. And then the type itself needs to store the four coefficients. The coefficients of the real number of I, J, and K. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, well, this is running at least. But I don't see my separators anywhere. So why is that? Debugger. Pick element. Am I not allowed to pick element? Oh, there we go. You define the vector space by hand and you don't use a library for that? I mean, you could use a library, but I thought your question was how do you make a quaternion type yourself? In which case, then you would be making your own little quaternion utility library, right? Mm. Hmm. There are packed arrays? Oh, if it's system.array, I don't think it's equivalent to yeah, no. And then there's also the job system itself of being able to parallelize operations you do on native arrays. But I know that C# has a few things like span, which I think in the more modern version of C# that Godot uses, I think I can make use of span for some of the multi-threading stuff, but I'm not entirely sure how that compares to... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that compares to the burst compiled native array stuff in Unity. No clue. Okay, so panel separator. This one, where's my separator? So we got the visual element here. Then my panel separator is just completely oh wait, is that, oh, maybe because I set the height to auto instead of 100%. Maybe that's the problem. Or width, I suppose. Yeah, I think that's the problem. So I think I shouldn't do auto. I think I should do what are the options? Length. Percent. So you could have a parallelized system that'll run entirely in .NET. Yeah, I just don't know if the native .NET parallel stuff is as fast as Unity's native arrays. Because Unity's native arrays, they, when you burst compile, they compile down to like native operations, as far as I know, which makes them like stupid fast. It kind of bypasses all of the slow bits of C#. It's got some limitations for how you write that code because of that, but it allows you to basically have native performance with C#, which is really, really nice. But I don't know how that compares to using .NET vanilla, I suppose. Don't know enough about Godot's C# to give you any real answers. Gotcha. Sounds like a Unity only thing. Yeah. It's a very specialized type of thing. Like it seems to me that if I wanted to do this in Godot, I would basically have to write that system myself. And I'd probably have to do that in some native language, like something closer to memory, like, I don't know, C or C++ or whatever, which I don't want to do. I really don't want to do that. So I'm gonna have to refactor a bunch of stuff, and I refactored this project like 3 times already, and I wanna just make progress on the project itself. I super don't want to switch to any other engine or whatever. But I'm in a bit of an abusive relationship with Unity, I feel like, and I don't like it. I should clarify, with Unity the company. Unity the engine I generally like, but when will you do UV mapping? I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. But if you consider rewriting everything in C using SDL3, there's so many people suggesting that, and I just... it's so much work. Okay. So what am I doing? It's not really a user's questions kind of chat, but they can probably give you better answers. Wait, what chat are we talking about? If you sent a link, I can't see the link. What am I doing? Oh, I'm looking for my things. I set them to 100%. Why am I not seeing my 100% valid separators? Okay. So we got dockable panels, and we got a separator, which is, why is that set? Or Yeah, it should be flex. Okay. Position absolute. Top -3. But why is the width incorrect? Why is width set to auto? I thought I did the thing. Oh, there's a dedicated .NET channel. Oh, gotcha. Okay. You didn't leave play mode? I never left play mode? I think I did, because it's not compiling. What is this? Yeah, writing it from scratch is like... I think it's possible. This is also one of those projects that's pretty writing from scratch friendly, because I mostly want to, like, actually maybe not, I'm not sure. I mostly want to target desktop. I don't need to deal with consoles and that kind of stuff, but there's just so much involved in doing that kind of stuff. And even though, like, I enjoy doing anything math related. So, like, I feel like the OpenGL part, that's going to be the easy part. That's going to be the fun part. The less fun part is as soon as I need to do interaction and UI and I want to inspect things and know the state of my program, and I want to iterate quickly, and I need like a build system that can compile quickly, and I want to go back to using C#, so I need to figure out how do I use C# with the Bevy, or that's probably not a thing, and like I don't know, like there's going to be so much. Or I want to implement compute shaders, and I want to dispatch those from C#, but then I need to use a library, and then I need to link those libraries with something, and then I have a glue layer, and then I notice that the glue layer allocates way too much memory, and there's like a dispatch delay that makes it so that I can't use it properly, and then I need to debug that for like 5 weeks, and like there is so much that I would have to do, and that could go wrong. And I don't know, if I had infinite money so that I didn't have to pay rent, and if I had infinite amount of life in me rather than, you know, I'm gonna die in 60 years, 70 years, somewhere there. Like, I don't have infinite time. And so I don't know. I kind of need to pick my battles. And so I don't. I would love to write my own engine, but it would take too much time out of me, and that would mean that I wouldn't be able to make all of the other projects that I want to make. And so yeah, I feel like this project is a little bit too complex for what I wanna do. Okay. So why is with auto? Okay. Oh wait, this one takes up the entire panel. What? Wait, that makes no sense. What? Why is that? Why can I not scroll? Oh, because I'm not showing everything. Uh... What? Top is -3. What's height? Height 100%? No. 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 Oh, this should be width. Whoops. Whoops, whoops. That's it. That's the one. Okay. Mm, Uh, oh, that's a docking. Okay. I would expect that to work. Maybe. No, I wouldn't expect that to work. But that's good. Question is, where are my separators? That's the panel. There's a theoretical separator here. Yeah, I really don't want to use GD script, I think. What does GD script look like, actually? I remember not liking it when looking at it. GDScript is a high-level object-oriented imperative and gradually typed programming language built for Godot, used in an indentation-based syntax. That's like the one thing I like about Python. Similar to languages like Python, its goal is to be optimized for tightly integrated with the Godot engine. Great flexibility for integration and integration. It's independent from Python and not based on it. Okay. Wait, but it... What do they mean by not based on it? Because it looks kind of Python-like, I think. Is var optional? Can you have explicit types? Oh no, it allows mixing. Oh no. Okay, yeah. No. No. Nope. Nope. Too close to JavaScript. I can't. I just can't. Now where's my goddamn separator? Keeps hiding from me. Okay, this time there's no height. Width is 100%, and height is auto. Excuse me? Wait, did I mess this up again? But no, they're not. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I replaced the wrong one. I should read the code that I'm writing. Okay, if it's vertical, width should be fixed. That's correct. Height should be 100%. Okay, if it's horizontal, height should be fixed. Width should be 100%. Okay, there we go. Oh my god. In Godot, there's a setting that gives an error if any variable isn't explicitly typed. Yeah, but that's like... I don't know. That, like, when it comes to that kind of stuff, to me, that's kind of like TypeScript tries to fix JavaScript. And TypeScript is like miles ahead of JavaScript, but it's still suffering from the vestigial organs protruding out from JavaScript in every direction. And so it's like, yeah, you can probably patch it to try to make it nice, but why would I not just use C# in that case? It's right there. You can use C# in Godot. I would just much rather use C#. I would also much rather be working on my geometry code rather than trying to hunt for a separator for like 10 minutes. This is the wrong window. God damn it. I'm upset at my separator. I feel like it's am I the stupid? What is going on? Are you a JavaScript hater or you just think it's used in way too many places? JavaScript's redeeming qualities has almost nothing to do with the language itself, and it only has something to do with the situation in which it exists. JavaScript is good because it's portable. You can send someone a link and they can just run JavaScript. That's amazing. That's really cool. That also has nothing to do with the language. So, yeah, no. To me, TypeScript is a direct upgrade for JavaScript, but unfortunately, TypeScript suffers from having to deal with all the quirks of JavaScript, and halfway fixing a lot of those. WebAssembly for the win. Okay, but then WebAssembly, do you have access to the DOM? And then it's like, oh, nah, not really. You still have to go through JavaScript for that. And they're like, oh, okay, well, back to square one. I really wish I could use C# in the browser, but it seems like all of the Blazor and whatnot is just not like you still want to have like access to the DOM, which I would want. Okay, why does that not render on top? Because now I actually do have a separator. But I'm not sure why it's not visible. Maybe it's a background color, actually. Maybe I just don't have a background color. That's it. There it is. That's the separator. Hell yeah. Okay. Neat. I have incorrectly positioned handles now. Cool. So let's see. Something here is incorrect. It seems like resolved style is 0. Which it really shouldn't be. Unless I'm like not supposed to read that value. Just curious because I mostly work in JavaScript. Yeah, I just yeah, there are a few things I like in JavaScript. It's just like I constantly bump into bugs that would be immediately fixed if there were types. There's performance issues around not having structs and like what's it called? Heap allocated custom data types. That stuff, don't understand why JavaScript doesn't have that. I think it's slowly maybe coming at some point. I forget if it's called record types or tuples or something like that is coming at some point. But I don't know, like I didn't quite realize just how many bugs you avoid by having strict types. And as soon as I started using JavaScript or Lua as well, like it feels like I don't know. I just bump into things I never had to deal with because of that, where just having a type would fix like half of all of those issues. But yeah. TypeScript solves half of those issues, not all of them. Like, I do use TypeScript now because, God, I don't want to use JavaScript, but TypeScript is like, TypeScript tries to be what JavaScript should have been from the beginning, I feel like. But obviously it can't go all the way there because they have this philosophy of, what's it called? Isn't it supposed to be a superset or a subset or something like that? I forget. Okay, so my separators right now are incorrect. I don't quite understand why it's not rendering. I'm guessing that's just a CSS thing. Let's see. This is vaguely concerning. Oh, because I'm... okay. So it does have... Why is it not... Why is it not showing then? I don't understand. Guess I'll save. Try again, see if it works. You always get compiler errors from libraries. Oh yeah, TypeScript is really weirdly difficult to set up. I don't understand why, but it took me ages of wading through like all of the different like TS config setups, whether to use like ES modules or whatever the other modules are called, trying to use some of the like DOM libraries or the virtual DOM things, and then those have like name collisions with stuff, and it's like, oh, Jesus Christ. And then like as soon as I got something up and running, I was like, holy shit, I'm not going to touch this ever again. It's just like, it's just this, what's it called? Stack of cards. Card house. I'm looking for an expression here. It's somewhere there in my brain. Probably in your brain. House of cards. That's the thing. Okay. Oh, is it because I renamed it? That's probably why. I renamed the okay. That's what I get for renaming my XML types. I break my CSS selectors. Okay, how about that? There we go. There we go. Now I can actually see what's going on. Okay, these white bars, those are the separators. So as you can see, we have a separator up here, which is incorrectly placed. And it's also not doing what it's supposed to do, but it does jolt the window a little bit. Like it makes it a little bit spooked. Okay. So I'm guessing this one then is in the Let's see. Separator handle. Okay. Top is -3 pixels. Okay, so that's where resolved style might be the problem. Where am I? Separator. This is going to be a standalone application, so it's going to be a build, and I'm probably going to sell it on Steam, maybe on itch as well. That's my current plan. It might change, but right now that's the plan. Okay, target is the previous. That should be correct. I don't understand why these are not working. Like when I call resolved style.bottom, I'm guessing that I'm getting the bottom bound after layout. Bottom distance from the elements box during layout. That's a little bit ambiguous. Sounds like the panel is seen as horizontal. Are you thinking if I mix those up, or? Like, is vertical means that the separator is vertical. Which means that the left side of this separator should be placed on the right side of the target region, which is here, in this case, the previous region. Can I, there we go. Okay. Okay, all of these resolved values are 0. I wonder if it might just be because we're calling it too early. Like if I'm calling it before layout happens, I don't know if I'm actually calling refresh position after layout has happened. So I think this could just be an execution order thing. So if I trigger a layout thing now, I think it might actually snap to the correct correct position. I guess while dragging, I have to update the position as well. So I guess I could just shove that in there to try it out. Has the whole Unity TOS thing been solved? in terms of figuring out if I'm allowed to make half edge or not. Solved? No. Right now I'm trying to figure out if it's a problem. that's the current state. But we'll see. I really, really hope it's not going to be a problem because Jesus Christ, that would radicalize me into something. I don't know what it would radicalize me into, but it would. Mm. Oh yeah, is there a layout change event? That's a good point. Is there a layout changed? Layout changed or resized? Element resized? Uh, resized event? Geometry changed. Oh yeah. Geometry changed event. Cool. That is probably the right place to put this. Or wait, that would not be in this object. It would be in the panel dock, right? I probably don't need this in attach. Can probably put these in geometry changed because I presume attach also calls geometry changed. Or maybe not, actually. Ah, jeez. Does this mean it's not actually... All the result styles are still 0. Or is result style supposed to be 0? Like if I have a flex layout and I have fixed sizes of stuff, is it supposed to report 0? That's really unintuitive to me. Is there a different way of... I feel like I just want the layout rectangle. Like it feels weird to go through the, like, style. There is the world rectangle, but that also feels weird, because then I have to, like, transform that space. Layout rect. Is this the thing I want? Oh. Use Xmax. Okay. Maybe I can use that. The event gives you rect too? Right. Okay. I'm gonna guess that these are the same rectangles. Oh yeah, because the event gives you like the previous rectangle and the new rectangle, I think. Right? Separators? Where are you going? Where are you going? That's the layout change event right there. Oh, because I'm using this dot layout. That's dumb. Whoops. Ooh, that looks good. They just immediately snapped into place. Hell yeah. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're getting somewhere. Ugh. See, I've been holding off on fixing this panel resize thing because I knew it would be way more annoying than I would have wanted it to be. Okay, so that does not work. It gets angry with me. Okay, so if I pull this one to the left, it goes to the right. Okay, so I think this might have to do with... I think I might have some flex layout style still laying around on some of these panels. Because I believe they should all have a fixed width now. Let's just see if they do. But they probably don't, and then I would expect issues like that. Debugger, thick. Do you know about the Game Foundation package? Have you heard any updates? Game Foundation package. I don't know what that is. Okay, so this... where are the flex situations? Flex grow is 1, which it should not be. So one where the new graph tools for editor tooling would emerge in? Okay. Graph tools as in node graphs, or... Oh yeah, that, okay. Why is it called Game Foundation Package? That's a confusing name. Okay, I might have just hard-coded. What? Salad? What did you're gonna lose it? Salad. You're gonna... I need to help my son. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, you dropped it. Yeah. The big surprise. Huge surprise salad. Mm-hmm. I did the boop boop. Come on, have the boop boop. Whoop. What the? There you go. Okay. What the? Oh no. Doop 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 doop. Yeah, that's my chair. Yeah, I kind of need my chair. Ow. Goofus. Good job, son. Oh no, you dropped it. Oh, it's over. It's so over. You dropped it. Oh no. Oh, okay. Okay. This tiny goober. Yeah. That goob. Yeah, Salad has learned that if he drops this, which is one of his favorite toys, it's just like a plastic strip from a bag. He knows that if he drops this in a spot where he can't get it out, I will help him, which is very fun for him. And so he's found little cracks and spots where this will get under things where he can't reach it, and then I'm gonna help him. And that's super fun for Salad, that he gets my attention. See, he's smart when he wants to be, but generally not. This is what he spends his, like, 2 thoughts on. Just shenanigans. use of the ginger can't collect a brain cell? Exactly. He's not even that ginger, but he has a little bit of orange in him, so. Okay. So do I have really salad? Yeah. Oh no, you lost it. You can't get it. Yeah. Oh, what do you do? Yeah. How do you get it out? Yeah. You brought this upon yourself, and you're so cute that I want to help you. God damn it! I'll be right back. Salad, buddy. Yeah. Why did you put it there? Yeah. You're totally. What? Am I allowed to take this? No, not allowed to take this. Okay. Oh, no, no. Oh. Don't drop it, buddy. Don't drop it. Whoop, whoop. Oh, you got it. La, la, la. Zoop, whoop. Okay. Yeah, I feel like you're gonna drop it if I don't hold on to this. Yeah. That's true, Carl Jones. Whoop, 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 whoop. He just remembered he's being held. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, Salad, but you've been here for a while. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to remember it all of a sudden, but you were busy playing with toy. You can't do two things at once. Yeah. Yeah. But you can play with toy, or you can realize that you're being held. You have to pick one. You're having an existential crisis right now. I think you ran out of thoughts. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You're out of thoughts? Yeah. But you still have feelings. Yeah, you can use your feelings. Um, um, um. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, now you wanna. Wait, what's this, buddy? Okay. Okay. What a boy. Okay. Where is the... is always growing. That's what I'm going to read. Position children. There we go. Is that so, Thor? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Thor wants me to go to bed. If you're wondering why Thor is yelling. Wait, is that gonna collapse the whole viewport? Yes. Cool. I need to be smarter already. I don't know if you can hear the stuff in the background, but let me turn off the noise suppression. Thor? That was Thor. That was Thor poking a bag. Mic muted? I don't think it's muted. Or you should be hearing me, I think. It's showing up fine on my end. You can hear. Okay. Cool. Okay, position children. So, I need to be smarter. So this is basically doing my own flex situation. Which should be pretty straightforward in my case. If I'm limited to only one expandy boy per layout, this shouldn't be a problem. Even if I have multiple, it should be relatively easy. So all we need is... we need to figure out the available space. How do we get the... what's it called? Get size dimension. Okay. Direction? Maybe? No, what did I call it? Not axis. I'm lost in my own code again. Resize axis, that's the one. Oh, that's just Okay. Mm. Okay. So all we need is the available space. That is the full rectangle. And then we subtract all of the fixed width panels from that. And then the flexible width panel fills up the remaining space. But that's only in the case of when there is a an expanding panel. But then there's the case where there's no expanding panels at all, in which case it should just resize the last element. Yeah, so basically we just need to figure out which element do we give the available space to. I think that's about it. So all we need to do is iterate through all of the children, and let's just delete all of this code. To see if, oh yeah, I also have to contract. That might be a little bit harder because that I might have to cascade, but that, I can just ignore that for now. Right, because now I'm just thinking about expanding, but I will also contract. That's okay. I guess I would just iterate through children and subtract from each of them, however much I can, down to the minimum size. Okay. So I guess all I need to do is get the resize target, and we're going to default to the last child. Is that how I do this? Oh wait, I did get child region. Index. Okay. Default to the last one unless we find a resize region. Do I have an iterator for that? Do I not? God, I need to sort this code. This is a mess. Oh wait, I have a thing here. Content container. Dot children dot what of, or no, it's cast, what do we call it? Resize region. Okay. I guess this is not really panels. This is child regions. And it does not need to be public. Okay, Salad. Good job. Good job, buddy. Yeah. Okay. if child dot expand. Can I not check if it's expanding? Oh no. Oh no. Why is that? Because that's not part of resizable region. That's part of dockable panel. Probably, yeah. Okay. I guess I can be a little bit ugly and do this. I guess, is there a first of type? Guess I can do this. Or, I don't know. I'll just do this. That's fine. Is always growing. And in that case, we set the resize target to that child, and then we break, I believe. If I can type, I need to go to bed. Okay. We have available space. Or no, that's not available space. That's total space, actually. So we need to do this. If child is dockable panel DP, I forget the syntax for this. Is it like that? Yeah. I guess I don't need a variable. Oh yeah, I also recently switched to keyboard, which has been a little bit clunky, but and now I feel like I just completely lost my bearings. What is happening? There we go. What? Please. Just brackets. Behave. Okay, I need to calculate the occupied space. That's why I did this. So I actually do need another bracket like that. And not do that. Okay, occupied space plus equals child dot get size dimension, a range axis. There we go. I recently implemented my own flex containers. Wondering if you support multiple flex children? Not yet. I'm just adding that now, but it's just one for now. Is there a way to play with this? Not yet. So I haven't really planned entirely how I'm going to do testing for this. I do have a closed alpha coming up at some point, but that's not open. So I have a bunch of testers for that, but public testing, I'm not sure if I'm ever going to do. I might do it like on my Patreon, but otherwise I might stick to just doing closed testing until it goes live. And then we'll see what the release is going to be like. Do I release on early access or do I just release normal? I'm not sure. You really got lost for a second? Yeah. I don't actually know why, but for the past like 2 years, it might be related to burnout. I'm not sure. Or my medication. I don't know. I've gotten really bad short-term memory. Like I get these like super strange memory lapses that I used to not get before, and it's kind of terrifying. It sucks. I don't know. I know it just sucks. Like to just have like part of your memory drop out. Like there was a moment where I had a headache and I needed to take a headache med, and I completely forgot whether I took it or not. Like the last, like some portion of the last like 30 seconds just disappeared from my mind. And there's no way for me to like know if I took a headache med or not. And I don't want to take 2, but I also don't want to take 0. And so I don't know which one just happened. And like, I don't know, it's just super weird because I haven't really had that kind of stuff happen before. I mean, I guess occasionally, but it's really rare. But it's been way more frequent the past the past couple of years. I have not been screened for a long COVID. But I mean, I have had, like the biggest change in my life is ADHD medication of late. And then there's my burnout as well, which are like more likely candidates, I think. Could always take a different medicine for headache, worst case. Yeah, I suppose. I was considering having these, like, what are they called? Day planners? Where, you know, where you have, like, your pills for each day. You have, like, a week in a little tray. I was considering just putting headache meds in one of those. Because I almost never take more than 1 per day. And so in that case, I could just use that. And so if I see one in the Wednesday slot or whatever, and it's Wednesday, then it means I didn't take it. But like, I don't know. It also sucks to, I don't know. I feel like if I do that, I feel like I've given in. I've given up. I'm giving up on my memory. I'm just like, well, I guess it's like this now. And I'm stubbornly hoping it's going to be temporary. But I don't know. I don't know if it's a common side effect for ADHD medication. I mean, it's a common effect of ADHD itself. But I don't know. Maybe it's the withdrawal. Maybe it's a symptom of the withdrawal after your meds. Because like at this point, like now it's super late. So I think my meds must have like, I don't think my meds are doing much at all right now. So now I'm probably back to default. So if anything, I'm in like withdrawal state right now. And maybe that's when my memory lapses are at worst, actually. I don't know if I've had any of those memory lapses during daytime. So it's mostly by the end of the day. But I guess everybody would have more lapses like that by the end of the day because people are more tired by the end of the day. So that could just be unrelated to the meds. I don't know. Do you take just a morning dose or a lunch one as well? One in the morning, and I do have an evening thing, but I don't know. I don't always take it because I don't know. I feel like if I take my evening med and my morning med, quite often I feel like I build up this really weird I don't know, tolerance is not the right word, but it gets weird. It gets weird if I take too much. I think I might actually have too high of a dose of my morning med. I think I need to reduce that dose because I get way too many side effects if I also take my evening meds. And I hate the side effects of Ugh, yeah, the side effects of taking too much amphetamine medication is, I hate it. It's actually really stressful. Yeah. Next time I talk to my doctor, I'm probably going to talk about lowering my morning dose. Okay, what was I doing? Available space, occupied space, we got that. Okay. Space to add. So that's going to be available minus occupied, and then resize target dot add size dimension, range axis, space to add. There we go. Are you still working on your game Flowstorm? No, I haven't worked on that for a very long time. I'm still surprised people remember Flowstorm. It was such a long time ago at this point. There's something really weird about, or maybe it's not weird. Something that kind of hit me the other day is that the better I become as a game developer and my proficiency as like for programming or as an artist, like the better I become, the less games I make. And that feels wrong. I feel like I'm doing something wrong where instead I get bogged down in like random technical projects instead of actually finishing something. Like, why am I making a 3D modeling tool? That's not a video game. That's like a huge project. But I'm like really good at making games at this point, so why am I not making games? I mean, I guess the answer is probably that like making games has a lot of less fun things in it. And if I make a tool, I get to focus on the fun part. I think that's why I'm doing tool development. But it feels a bit wasted because I'm like, I'd be really good at making a game. I could just do it, but I'm not. Did you intentionally choose Unity for this project? Yes. From my limited knowledge, wouldn't that result in an unoptimized app? No. I mean, if you're a bad Unity developer, it would be. But I'm not a bad Unity developer. Have you ever thought of writing your own engine? I try not to. Okay, clearly this is completely broken. Okay. The yeetening did happen, which I suspect that it would. Okay, well, my children are yelling at me to go to bed, so I guess we're not out of this yet. I guess I made it worse. It's actually worse than it was when I started. It is, the net result is worse, but theoretically the code is better. But tomorrow I'm probably gonna look at this and I'm like, well, this is bad, but we'll see. Okay. All right. Are there any questions or thoughts or whatever before I go to bed? Gets worse before it gets better. That's true. Yeah, my whole modeling tool is kind of horrible right now. It is barely usable. See, it's not even rendering my vertices right now because I keep running into a weird bug in Unity. There we go. Might actually not be a bug. I'm not sure. Look at this cylinder. Isn't that cute? What if we make another cylinder? There's like a very small amount of operations that are not broken right now. So I can select these. Oh shit, did I delete that face? I think I can fix that one. Okay, let's do this. Hell yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, check this shit out. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Bridge. Invalid topology exception. Never mind then. Oh, it's because this one didn't connect. Why did that one not connect? Really? No, I do have undo. I should have just used that. Okay, what about now? There we go. Okay. Although I did get... Oh, it's a not implemented exception. Hopefully it didn't skip on some code. Okay, how about now? How about now? Whoop. There we go. Professional 3D modeling tool. This is a fence post. So we just need to put some kind of sphere on top of it. There we go. I don't have object selection yet, so you just have to select all the faces. There we go. It's a thick fence post. The performance of this tool looks great. I hope so. I mean, on my machine, it's performant. I spent quite a lot of time to try and make the selection stuff performant at least. That's where I make use of compute shaders. Quite a lot. So if I make, let's say I make a torus, and then I make another torus, and then I make another torus. Actually, can I use the other plane? Does this work? This might not work. Oh, it does work. Okay, cool. I hadn't tried that. My construction planes, they cooperate. Yeah, so this is a bunch of elements, and this is where I make use of compute shaders to do selection. So if I want to select any of these vertices, or specifically box selection, this selection is just buttery smooth. You just go for it, and then you get a selection. Because I really wanted to have the real-time preview of like what you're adding. So like if you're holding Shift, you're adding to your selection, right? As you can see, the vertices that get added. If I hold Control, I subtract. So then it's going to show the ones that get removed. If I hold nothing, it's going to replace the selection. So now it's showing which ones are going to get added and which ones are going to be kept selected. So you can kind of see the different states in real time, which I think is really neat. So that's for vertices. The same thing goes for edges. So edges work the same way, and so do faces. So face selection, edge selection, all of these selection types work the same way. Also my half edge selection. These are half edges. If you're curious about what half edges are, that's it. Here they are. But yeah, it's pretty performant. But then again, I have a pretty good GPU, so who knows? It might be horrible on other people's computers. But also, I'm running this in the Unity editor, which means it's also going to be way worse performance than in a build. And so this is going to be running in a build eventually, and so that's going to be just inherently much more performant than running in Unity editor. What's a half edge? A half edge is an edge as it belongs to a specific face. So it's kind of the core building block of it's a core building block of mesh data, or at least the way that I structure my mesh data. And so this quad has 4 half edges, and so you can see there's 4 of them here, I don't know if you can see the arrows, but they do have a direction. And so it's pointing along a specific direction, and that direction defines the face normal. And so in Unity, because Unity is left-handed, the left-hand rule determines the face normal. So the face is pointing upwards because the half edges are wound in this order. Yeah. And so then for more complex objects, the distinction between half edges and edges is that generally you have 2 half edges per edge, at least when they're connected like this. And so what half edges allow you to do is that it allows you to distinguish between 2 different sides of an edge. You could also have more than 2 half edges on a single edge, but yeah. So it's kind of a very granular way of selecting edges and vertices, actually, because every half edge is associated with a vertex as it belongs to a specific face. So that's what half edges are. Yeah. And I just have that as a selection mode because I think half edges are really cool and I want to expose them to users. So here I am exposing half edges to users. What are the specs of your PC? I've forgotten. Please make the smooth shading optional. Which smooth shading? Are you talking about the shiny reflection map or? The normal spacing? Oh, I mean that's already optional. These are just smooth because they're all set to smooth, but I could set them all to hard edged. So if I select this one and make the edges hard, then now I have hard edges on here. Now it looks like a disco torus. Are you just doing frustum checks on the vertices in the compute shader? Yeah, pretty much. There's some caveats there, specifically when it comes to camera-based selection. It is slightly broken right now, so I don't know if it's actually going to work properly. Because I have issues with some of my projection matrix stuff. But basically the camera-based selection basically means that it doesn't select stuff that's behind other objects, right? So if I do this selection, you can see that it didn't select these faces right here because they're behind the object here. And so I do have an extra depth buffer test to make sure that I don't select hidden elements. So I have that optionally. You can also turn it off and have X-ray selection, in which case it's just a more straightforward intersection test. But yeah. And that goes through all of the different selection modes. Which is kind of fun, because it looks like you're selecting everything. And then you turn around and it's like, oh, it didn't select these. But yeah, my depth testing is currently a little bit borked. Will you be adding tools for animation? Maybe. Animation is one of those like post-release things where if this is successful and people actually buy it and I make money off of it, then I will totally do more stuff with this. And animation is one of those things that I really want to. I really want to do it at some point, but I'm gonna have to be very careful about what features I decide to make versus not, because I am one person, and there's one point of failure, and that point is me, which is a little bit scary. So I have to very much like pick my battles. Are you planning on add-on plugin support? Yes, I do have plans on that. How long do you think this project will take till release? Ideally, I want to release this year. Yeah. In terms of features, if I just fix the existing features that I have, I'm pretty close actually to what I want for 1.0. Most of the big stuff is around like just fixing stuff. A lot of stuff is just not intuitive to use right now. Like I don't have a good object selection right now. I need to have object selection. I need to have object manipulation modes. But I'm getting there. Yeah, I just need to make sure that I stop breaking things and actually finalizing stuff. Like resizing my panels, which is taking way longer than it should, but... we have custom textures or materials, yes. I'm a programmer and I've been using ProBuilder for simple models, and this is a great alternative. Yeah, I haven't used ProBuilder myself, but I've heard most people don't really like it. So it'll probably be better than that. You already have sub-object selection in GPU. Would it take too much to extend it for object selection? It's more so that like object selection, I should be doing that on like an ID texture style approach. But I don't do that for my face selection. And so that's going to be a bit of a separate process. I could do it on a per element basis, but then that means that I like just hijacking my per element stuff, but then I would have to do it on all of the meshes in the scene, which means that that's going to use a lot of memory, which is a little bit scary. So I think I have to do an ID map thing to make sure that it's scalable. Will the whole app be in one scene? In terms of a Unity scene? Yes. Like yeah, it's just one scene. An ID map, render the IDs to a buffer? Yes. It's actually how Unity does its scene view selection as well. When you click in Unity, it renders a tiny little rectangle. I think it's like 4x4 around the cursor. It renders every object, give or take some culling, in that little region. And then, yeah, it renders the object IDs into a tiny texture. And then whichever one was in front is the one you're selecting. Which is the standard way of doing that kind of selection. A lot of applications do that, as far as I've gathered. Will you be using addressables to load and unload stuff? No. That's mostly for loading and unloading assets, but that's not really what I'm doing. Like all of my loading and unloading is going to be my own systems. CSG, probably not for 1.0. Definitely not a generalized CSG, no. SDFs, maybe, but maybe. Not for 1.0, I don't think. If you have multiple tabs open for my models, won't it be a lot? Just don't open a lot of models, I suppose. Is there a half-edge custom document file format? Yes. Okay, I should really go to bed because it is late and my son is upset with me. He wants to knead the blanket in the bed. Photogrammetry ones. You know, I've sort of half-jokingly called half-edge a mid-poly modeling tool. But I think I'm gonna stop saying it jokingly and instead just say it unironically, because I think calling it a mid-poly modeling tool is both funny, but it's also pretty accurate. That is the target audience. The target audience is not ultra dense nanite photogrammetry mesh stuff, but it's not only super low poly trench room crocodile like lo-fi stuff. You can make that in this, but it does go beyond that. It is more of a generalized modeling and environment art tool. And so I feel like mid-poly is a pretty good descriptor for that. Maybe it's confusing for most people, but I think it's pretty descriptive. But if it works with high poly stuff, then that's good. But I have no guardrails against that whatsoever. And so if you load like a huge mesh, your GPU is probably going to crash and restart. Will you do some lighting stuff like baking into the texture? Maybe ambient occlusion, but other than that, no plans for baking light, no. Probably just like a basic ambient occlusion baking, but I don't think I want to go beyond that because that's a bit of a rabbit hole as well. Anyway, if you have other questions about half-edge, like what features will I have, what features am I considering, it's all in the FAQ. If you check the description of this video, you might have to refresh the stream in case you've been around for more than 3 hours. Check the FAQ. There's a ton of information there about what I've planned for 1.0 and what I have not planned for 1.0 and what I will probably never implement in half-edge. And so if you're curious about the feature roadmap, it doesn't have any dates, but it's just like what will be there or not there. So yeah, feel free to check that out if you have questions about that. I'm not going to stream the entire development of half-edge. I'm just going to stream whenever I feel like it. So we'll see. But thank you all so much for joining. You are all welcome to join the half-edge Discord, by the way. I do have a role if you want to get pinged in Discord when I go live to stream on streaming half-edge stuff. You're welcome to join. Yeah. Here's the feature scope, the feature list. If you have questions about specific features, there you go. That's my plan. Okay. Otherwise, thank you all for joining, and I will see you all next time.